Oilmen were able to capture both games of the doubleheader, get their record one game above 500, coming off a couple of off days, get that nice big 2-game win over the Generals yesterday, so they could try to parlay that into some momentum against the Giants tonight.
It's a chance to get back home. The Oilmen have played quite a bit of home here of late. It's always nice to be in front of the home fans, and it figures to be a good atmosphere tonight as it's 4-6-3-9-4 night representing the Whiting-Robertsdale community.
And there's a lot of people from around the community, a lot of community figures here playing in front of a pretty full ballpark, so that can energize the players playing in front of a big crowd and a night game that can cause both sides to play with a little extra emotion.
Is an Oilmen team that offensively has had some ups and downs, and I think part of what they're trying to do over the next few days is to just be more consistent offensively.
And yesterday was a big step for that as they were really able to out-hit the Generals in both games. They were able to put up double-digit hits in the second game, lots of extra base hits, so they really seem to have found a stride yesterday, and they're trying to continue that tonight.
And the Oilmen are up against a Giant team that may not have the best record in the Northern League, but they have a lineup and a roster tonight with some new additions, and this figures to be a formidable test for Adam Enright's squad tonight.
And this is a much different American Giants team than we've seen, but in the first two matchups, the American Giants proved to be a tough team to beat. They took the first one from the Oilmen, and they needed to go to the bottom of the ninth to walk them off last time. So it shows in the Northern League, you never really know what can happen with the records. Those only matter so much. It really just matters what happens once you start playing ball.
We'll take a timeout. When we come back, I'll have the lineups for you as our pregame show continues, and eventually we'll get you set for first pitch between the Oilmen and the Chicago American Giants as we start a Thursday, Friday, Saturday homestand here at Oil City Stadium. My pregame show continues after this on the Northwest Indiana Oilmen Broadcasting Network.
Beach is just too hot. I mean, God, look at it. It's making the sand burn, the mouth dry, the skin cry. I mean, everything's just... Oh, there's Coors Light. Well-mouthed desert, meet ice-cold beer. Mountain cold refreshment. That's chill.
Who is the IBEW? We're the people who bring the power to your home. The ones who make sure your phone calls and internet keep speeding along. We build things like schools and hospitals. We bring the biggest shows and sporting events to the world. Keep America's railroads on the right track. Help cities, states, and the federal government work for you. And we proudly build products made in the USA. The International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, the IBEW.
You didn't do anything wrong. You just didn't know Miller Lite has more taste and only one more calorie than Michelob Ultra. Now, you do.
When you hire certified electrician contractors, you're getting the best. But just as important as our skill and expertise is our culture of safety. We know it's important to you, and we know it's important to them. Certified Electrician represents the NECA IBEW team, a team where safety and productivity go hand in hand. It's why our jobs finish on time and on budget. It's why owners that use us are repeat customers. Certified Electrician, working together, powering Northwest Indiana.
Wait! Let me help! Land of Frost! Premium meat! Delicious! And no byproducts!
Toss it in.
Et moi?
Okay.
Whee!
Make the smart choice. Land of Frost Premium Meat.
Yes!
When it comes to Sunday, choose the right couch. Here's to the original light beer. It's Miller time.
Oil City Stadium, the lineups are being introduced. That means it's time for me to give you the starting lineups for tonight's game, starting with the visitors from Chicago. Leading off is the designated hitter, Jaden Cummins. Batting second in center field, Max Bullock. Hitting third is second baseman Trey Hondras. Batting cleanup in right field, Joshua Williams. Williams hitting cleanup. Batting fifth is left fielder Gabe Cortez. Batting sixth at first base, Drew Horn. Batting seventh is third baseman Nate Gazda. Gazda hitting seventh. Batting eighth and starting behind the plate, Gino Gazzillo. And rounding out the 1 through 9 for the Giants is shortstop Ryan Nelson. All that in back of Chicago right-hander Dennis Pearl. It's Pearl going for the Giants. Now here's the Oilmen lineup that the righty will be opposing. Leading off and playing center field, Chris Baker. Batting second and getting the start in right, Dom Curcio. Curcio hitting second. Batting third and handling designated hitting duties is Jason Hodges. Hodges hitting third. Batting cleanup is shortstop Jack Zebig. Zebig hitting cleanup. Batting fifth and starting behind the plate, Colin Horniman. Batting sixth is left fielder Chaz Clark. Clark hitting sixth. Batting seventh is first baseman Joe Cosenza. Cosenza hitting seventh. Batting eighth and starting at second base, Kyle Tyler. And rounding out the 1 through 9 for the Oilmen is third baseman Tyler Famakanen. All that in back of Northwest Indiana right-hander C.J. Burdak. The Oilmen are being introduced, and they're taking the field defensively. And we are going to join the live playing of the national anthem, and that's going to take place here in just a moment. Adam Enright has exchanged the lineup card with Dre Gilmore, the manager of the Giants. The umpires have arrived, and it's our old friends again, Todd Elias, to call the balls and strikes, and Art Garcia will make all the decisions on the base paths. They have been doing games for many years. In fact, they're maybe the only two people in the league that have worked in this league longer than I have. Todd and Art, the dynamic duo, will have the ball game tonight. It's time for the anthem. Let's join the play. There you have the playing of tonight's national anthem with a fan or two singing along here at Oil City Stadium. Well, it's Burdak against Pearl, it's the Oilmen against the Giants, and it's next on the Northwest Indiana Oilmen Broadcasting Network.
We don't go to the office, we build it. This is a truism with Ironworkers Local 395 and the Northwest Indiana Contractors Association. Our goal is to exceed our customers' expectations. We provide a skilled, OSHA-trained, drug-free workforce, as well as many other certifications from our 4-year training program. Every time you hire an iron worker from Local 395, you should feel confident that you are receiving highly trained, highly skilled, and drug-free journeymen and apprentices who take their job and your project seriously. For more information, contact us at 219-763-7900 or ironworkers395.com.
Have a student headed to college this fall? If so, you probably have questions, and the best place to find answers is Ivy Tech Community College. Ivy Tech is in your community and offers hundreds of options. Best of all, our tuition is a fraction of the cost of other colleges. Complete a free application today.
We're back at Oil City Stadium. The Oilmen are on the field defensively, and they're wearing their black uniforms with gold numbers on their backs. They've got the Oilmen gold lettering across the front of the chest, the black caps, and the gold Oilmen logo on the front of those caps with the white pants for Northwest Indiana. And for the American Giants, it's a very sharp look with the red uniforms. They have blue numbers on their backs. They have the small Chicago American Giant logo on the uniform front with gray pants, blue caps, and the white logo on the front of those caps. The weather is just gorgeous tonight. It's a beautiful night for a ball game here on 119th Street in Whiting. Game time temperature checks in at a perfect 75 degrees and sunny. There's a good crowd on hand. It is the first pitch set to be fired right at 7:10. It comes from C.J. Burdak, and it's ball one. And it's 1 ball and no strikes to Jaden Cummins, the leadoff hitter for the Giants. Here comes Burdak back 1-0. This is swung on and ripped foul in the count, 1 ball and 1 strike. For Burdak on the season, Leo 192 earned run average. This is his first start, but he's made a pair of relief appearances, totaling 9 in the third innings. He has struck out 7 and walked 5. He has been solid as he delivers this 1-1 pitch. is taken for a strike called on the inner portion. It's 1-2.
We've seen him in 2 long relief appearances against the Joliet Generals. Both times he came in when the game was lopsided early, and he just did heroic work, giving his team a fighting chance. Just pitches exceptionally confident for someone who just finished high school.
This is inside for a ball, 2 balls and 2 strikes. He's set to begin the college career at Iowa Central. That's a junior college program, and he's going to hope to transition to a 4-year and perhaps a Division I institution after a year or 2 at Iowa Central. 2 balls and 2 strikes, the count on Cummins. Here comes the break-even pitch. It's swinging a little nubber toward short. Zebig picks it up. He has to hurry. He throws to first in time. They get Cummins at first base on a close play. 1 up and 1 down here in the first.
I think the thing that stuck out the most about Burdak for me so far through his first 2 games, that he does seem very confident on the mound, that he's not afraid to throw strikes, that he's not afraid to attack hitters. For younger pitchers, sometimes that's something you see where they try to pitch around the zone or are afraid of getting the ball hit hard against them, but he just seems to go right at these hitters and isn't afraid of getting the ball rocked against them.
Max Bullock will stand in next. Left-handed batter. Digs in. You mentioned his 2 outings against the Generals. Here comes the pitch. Swing and a miss. The count 0-1. Last one was on June the 14th. He went 4 innings, 2 runs, 2 hits. He walked 3 and struck out 3. Stands at 5'11", 140. Here comes the 0-1. It's low, and the count evens out at 1 ball and 1 strike. A native of Homer Glen, Illinois, and as Leo alluded to, a 2022 high school graduate, and that was from Lockport High School. 1-1 line drive down the left field line, fair, and rolling into the corner in foul territory. It's extra bases perhaps for Bullock. He's digging towards second. He'll be there easily with a standing double as Clark gets it back in. 1-out double by Bullock. This ball was sharply hit. It was out of the reach of Tom McCannon, the third baseman. It hit the dirt once and then scooted into foul territory down the left field line. It was an easy 2-base hit.
That was a good extra base rip from Bullock there, especially because it went opposite field. He was a left-handed batter, sent that one over left field. It dropped just past third base and then took a friendly roll into the expansive foul territory out there in left field, making it a tough play for Clark to get to.
Trey Hondras, the former Oilman, stands in here. He was with the Giants a year ago. He was with the Oilmen in 2020, and he takes low for a ball in the count, 1 ball and no strikes. He was a lot of fun to watch and enjoyed getting to know him when he played with the Oilmen back in 2020. And he is making his season debut here in the Northern League, his 3rd year in the league. 1 ball and no strikes. The next offering taken for a strike, and the count evens at 1-1.
Hondras is an explosive bat. He's someone that can really drive the ball if he connects with one. Should be a good mix with Bullock on second base, the team leader in batting average, so watch out for him trying to drive him home.
The Giants are 3-13 in terms of win-loss record. And here comes the 1-1, taken for a strike, and the count 1-2. But some new faces in this lineup.
Yeah, they're getting to the point in the season where they're not completely out of it yet, but they have to turn around something fast. And some new faces could inject some fresh blood to the team and try to get them jump-started through the season.
1 ball and 2 strikes on Trey Hondras. And the pitch taken low for a ball. And we go even at 2-2. Good crowd on hand. Notre Dame Federal Credit Union in Whiting buying out the ballpark tonight and making this community night possible. 4-6-3-9-4 night. Here comes the 2-2. This is high for a ball. We go full at 3-2. Appeal. Art Garcia says no swing.
We saw Burdick try a couple pitches high in the zone that he just missed. He started low against Hondras in this at-bat, then went up high, and he was able to lay off him. We'll see if he sequences something lower down for this payoff pitch here.
3-2. Hunter takes his lead from second. Here's the payoff, and it is tapped foul. It was lower and just able to get a piece as Hondras.
Hondras swinging on top of that one, just chipped it over down the third base line. That was probably what Burdick was looking for. Set him up high and then go down low for the 2-strike pitch, but just wasn't able to get one past him.
Now it remains full at 3-2. The Giants trying to get on the board first, and Burdick trying to put a 0 on the board in this opening inning. Here comes the set and the payoff pitch again. It's swung on and ripped foul. Good battle here by Trey Hondras.
And we saw last time these two teams met, the American Giants are a tough team to put away. The Oilmen walking them off 7-6. We saw a late game comeback from Chicago, but if they get on the board first, they could be a tough team to come back on.
That was 8 days ago on June the 15th. One of the 3 walk-off wins for the Oilmen in the opening home week. Here's the payoff. Swinging a tapper foul, and we'll do it again. 3 balls and 2 strikes.
Hondras showing that he's a tough out to get in his first at-bat, working a lot of pitches, now going the extra distance against Burdick, trying to get him to put him away.
We'll do it again. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Beautiful night for baseball, and quite the battle here in this first inning. Hondras, a very talented player. Burdick, the son of the former big leaguer, delivers the 3-2. Here's another tap foul. We'll do it again. Not sure if we have, if David possibly has the number of pitches of this at bat. 10. How about that? This at bat has gone double-digit pitches. What a battle between Burdick and Hondras. Bullock doubled a moment ago down the third base line. He stands at second. Here's the payoff again. It's high for ball 4. Boy, it's hard to fire it in the zone time after time, and eventually Burdick delivers one upstairs as the at-bat goes beyond the double-digit pitch precipice, and what a walk worked by Hondras.
That was a good at-bat by Hondras there, as that really taxed the pitch count of Burdick, as we saw. He was just able to put a lot of pitches in the zone that he was able to foul away. Then he tried going up high, trying to get Hondras to swing under that one, but he laid off it for the walk there. Lengthy at bat, and now we'll see how Burdick responds now with 2 runners on and just 1 out. The double play is still in effect, but it's tough to play with all those extra base runners. We could maybe see a double steal, as the Giants are an aggressive team on the base paths.
Joshua Williams hitting .267, swings and fouls it onto the grassy berm area, and it deflects back onto the field of play. Count no balls and 1 strike. Again, just a beautiful night. If you're in the area, come on down to Oil City Stadium. Could not ask for better weather for a game. It's been oppressively hot a few days recently, but that is not the case this evening. It's nice and pleasant in the mid-70s here at the ballpark. No balls and a strike on Williams. Runners take their leads from first and second. The Giants threatening in this first inning. Here's a tapper foul, and it goes to 0-2.
It's a big reward for the players, too, getting to play in such great weather, as it's been uncomfortably hot. That affects how you warm up. It makes it tougher to play in, and now this is just a perfect night for some summer baseball. So this is the type of nights you enjoy in summer.
Starting the first of 3 straight home games. We'll tell you more about some of the promotional activity in the other games a bit later on. Here's the 2-strike pitch to Williams. Swinging a grounder foul right side into the first base coaching area, and it remains no balls and 2 strikes.
I was talking to Adam Enright after yesterday's win a little bit about fatigue setting in the doubleheader in a game with the weather in the 90s. He said the players were playing so well that they were so energized that fatigue didn't really set in, that even with the humidity and the 2 games, they were just able to string together a couple of wins and play hot.
0-2 loop down the left field line foul, and a fan is not able to make the catch on the berm area as it remains no balls and 2 strikes. Yeah, the Oilmen winning the first game in lopsided fashion by a 13-2 score, and then sweeping the doubleheader with an 8-5 victory in Game 2. And as you mentioned, it's easier to stay pumped up and excited about the second game of that doubleheader after you win the first one with a lot of people doing well and you get to score a lot of runs on a lot of hits. That has to make it feel like a little bit shorter of a day instead of a long day at the yard. 2 strikes on Williams, now time called.
Especially in that second game, they out-hit the Generals 13-4. Enright didn't really make too many lineup changes, only put 2 new players in the lineup. Just everybody was able to pick up where they left off in Game 1, and they were just able to get 2 big wins over Joliet and put their record above 500.
Here's the 2-strike pitch, swinging a grounder foul right side, and we'll do it again at 0-2. This ball bounced up onto the top of the tarp area. And we're set to repeat the no-ball 2-strike pitch. Another good battle. Williams has fouled off several in a row. Here comes the 2-strike pitch again. It's high and outside. Trying to get him to go after one was Burdick, and it goes to 1-2.
We're seeing Burdick's doing a good job of putting stuff in the strike zone, especially with 2 strikes. That's where we see the American Giants maybe getting a little more aggressive, just battling stuff away. So we'll just see if he can develop that good put-away pitch here in this ballgame.
Here's the 1-2. Swinging a tapper up the middle, fielded by Tyler, flipped to second one. The relay throw to first is going to be in time, a double play. Z-Big's relay retiring Williams at first. It goes 4-6-3 on the inning-ending twin killing. No runs, 1 hit, 1 left for the Giants in the first. After a half, it's Chicago nothing, and the Oilmen coming to bat on the Northwest Indiana Oilmen Broadcasting Network.
I've never seen ads on top of the roof where it's helping the community.
This place teaches you to be genuine, to be the same person today as you were yesterday. People from Indiana, they're pretty comfortable with who they are. And you know, I think that puts the people around them at ease to be comfortable with who they are.
The values that built Indiana are here in Strachan Van Til. We're Indiana's grocery store, and we're proud to be Indiana made.
These days, it's recommended that you keep your social circle small. Of course, as the original light beer, we've always recommended that. It's Miller time.
Nothing across for the Giants in the first inning. We're back for the bottom of the first, and first we're going to tell you about Police and Fire Appreciation Night coming up on Friday, July the 22nd. Mark your calendar now. In fact, tickets are on sale now on NWIOilmen.com. It is Police and Fire Appreciation Night on Friday, the 22nd of July, and it's sponsored by our friends at BP. That's right, we're excited to welcome BP back as a proud sponsor and longtime sponsor of Oilman Baseball, and the BP Oil Refinery provides the beautiful backdrop, especially once night falls here at Oil City Stadium. It'll be a little longer for night to fall tonight. We're just past the summer solstice, meaning the days are very long right now, which is a good thing. And we'll have some sunlight for a good portion of the ball game, and then we will see the beautiful lights that the oil refinery provides. Anyway, Friday, July the 22nd, Police and Fire Appreciation Night right here at Oil City Stadium. It is the top of the order for the Oilmen. Chris Baker set to lead things off tonight after the Giants threatened in that first inning. They really battled. They had some good plate appearances, but in the end, it was C.J. Burdack that got out of the inning with no damage done.
And it was a good look from Burdack in his first start of the season. That's something he's done a good job of this season, is still pitching with runners on. He's given up some hits, he's given up some walks, but it's only been the 2 runs allowed all season, despite all those base runners, that he's been able to pitch his way out of some jams, was able to induce a good double play, and was able to get out of that inning where the American Giants were able to work him for a good amount of pitches on some of those at-bats, but he was just able to overcome that and get some outs and keep the runs off the board.
Bullock the double down the third base line. Hondras worked the walk, but eventually the pitcher's best friend off the bat of Williams, the 4-6-3 inning-ending double play. It's Chris Baker to lead off things for the Oilmen here. Baker hoping for the opportunity to play professionally by summer's end in some independent capacity. He's hitting .338 for the Oilmen with 1 home run and 11 runs batted in. First pitch here is high and away for ball 1.
And after reaching base in both games of the doubleheader yesterday, he's now reached base in the last 10 games he's played in. He's just been on a good tear as of late.
Dennis Pearl is the starting pitcher for the Chicago American Giants tonight. Here's the 1-0 to Bake. He swings and lifts this one in the air. Pretty well hit, deep right center. Williams going back on it, and this ball is going to be up against the fence and no catch made. It's off the glove of Williams. Perhaps 3 bases for Baker. He's going to get to third with a stand-up triple. All the way up against the fence was Williams. Difficult chance. He's unable to make the catch, and it goes as a 3-base hit for Baker as he gets things started with an extra base knock.
And that's what makes Chris Baker so effective in the leadoff spot for the Oilmen, is he can slug for the extra bases and he can work walks. He has the 15 walks on the year. That's his 24th hit. And yesterday he was really seeing the ball well, as he was able to pick up 5 hits, 3 RBIs, walked 3 times, and scored 4. So he was one of those players that was certainly seeing the ball well yesterday.
Dom Curcio standing in next as Baker stays hot, and now the Oilmen with an immediate scoring chance. This is high for ball 1. The Giants will play the infield back here. They will concede a run on a ground ball. So there's a variety of ways for Curcio to give the Oilmen the lead right here. Curcio hitting .233. Here's the 1-0. Taken for ball 2, 2 balls and no strikes. Pearl, a native of Homewood, Illinois, the big 6'5" right-hander, plays his college ball at Roosevelt. And he's a product of Homewood Flossmoor High School, former Viking, but now he's an American Giant here this summer. And the Roosevelt Lakers, college stop. Here's the 2-0. Low for a ball, and the count 3-0.
That was just a good extra base hit we saw from Baker, probably just a few inches shy of going over the fence, but he saw he was just able to put his head down and was able to make that a triple, as he was able to get a good read on the base paths, didn't waste too much time with wide turns, and was able to get in there with plenty of time to spare.
Williams probably feels he maybe should have caught that ball. He got there, It was a bit of a run to get there. I think it was beyond a routine play. Here's the 3-0. It's ball 4. This just misses, and it's a 4-pitch walk to Dom Curcio. But, Williams would have liked to haul that in. It seemed like he thought he was going to leave the yard.
Especially the fact that he was able to get there close enough. It looked like he was maybe playing to try to jump near the fence, and then when you see it's going to land in and you're already committed to the jump, that makes it tougher to make that catch because your feet aren't planted. So you saw he kind of just waved at the ball and missed it. So now with runners on the corners still chasing it out, this is a tough spot for Pearl on the mound. As we saw, he didn't even find the strike zone at all in that at-bat to Curcio.
Jason Hodges with runners at first and third. Lead at first for Curcio, being held by Horn. Here's the pitch low and outside, and the count 1-0.
Hodges is someone who's starting to swing the bat pretty well, being able to find extra base hits. He had a double and a triple in yesterday's game. When he barrels one up and sends it in the gap, he's always a threat to go for those extra bases.
1 ball and no strikes on Hodges. Here comes Pearl back for the 1-0. Taken for a strike. It dots the outer edge, and the count evens at 1-1.
Just for Pearl on the mound, you just have to try to get that first out. It's a little intimidating after the leadoff hitter ends up on third base. It seemed like that maybe affected his approach as he was cautious to throw one in the strike zone of Curcio, but now he just has to try to go at Hodges here.
1-1 is a strike, well framed by Gazzillo, and Hodges thought it was low, and the count goes to 1-2.
That was a good spot on the corner. Gazzillo did a good job of keeping his hand planted there in that corner to make it in the strike zone, just not wavering there, and resulted in getting a strike for his pitcher.
A ball and 2 strikes. Runner goes, pitch swing and a tap to short. Nelson will flip to second, not in time. The relay throw to first is in time, and a run scores. A bizarre play. Hodges is out. Score it 6-4-3 on the putout at first base for the first out of the inning. Give Hodges a run batted in, and Curcio is safe at second base. He was in motion with the pitch. Baker comes in and scores, and Hodges picks up his 4th RBI as the Oilmen lead 1-0.
You said in the last half inning that our double play is a pitcher's best friend. The American Giants would have liked to turn one there, weren't able to get both halves of it, as they now have a runner in scoring position still, and a run came across the plate on that.
Here's Zebig. This is swung on and cracked down the left field line. It's going to be foul and untouched, and the count goes to 0-1.
And normally when you see a broken double play like that, they get the lead runner, but then aren't able to turn it to the runner at first base. That was unique as they missed the runner at second, just a little bit off the bag there, or a little bit late, and then were able to get the runner at first. So they were still able to get one, which is important, but would have liked to get that lead runner.
Yeah, that's very unique. You don't see that play too often. 6-4-3 on just the putout at first base. Here comes the 0-1. This is swung on and sent to right. Shallow. Williams coming in. He's going to make the catch. Tagging and trying to go to third on the play is Curcio. Here comes the throw to third. It sails over the head of the third baseman, but it's backed up nicely by Pearl, the pitcher. And remaining at third is Curcio. Zebig flies to right for the second out of the inning. And now the inning will rest on the shoulders of Colin Horniman.
And that was a good play by Pearl to get there. Heads-up play to make that backup for his third baseman, as that probably saved a run as there was the wide throw, and he was able to get there in time to prevent Curcio from charging towards the plate.
Horniman with 2 outs and a runner on third. Horniman hitting .080 on the season. He bets 5th in the Oilman order. Let's see if he can get going offensively. Here comes the first pitch to him, taken high and away for ball 1.
I still think that batting average is a little misleading with Horniman, as we're seeing him starting to make more contact with the wood bat. You have to remember he just finished high school, is fairly new to the team. We saw him with a long sacrifice fly yesterday. He's really starting to put more contact in the air than he was his first few games with the team.
Here's the 1-0, taken high for a ball. 2-0, and it'd be a good spot for a base hit to try to drive in a 2-out run here.
I think that's a vote of confidence, too, from Adam Emmerich. Putting him in the 5 spot, even if the average isn't there from your typical 5-hitter, you're showing you still believe in him to put him around some good hitters in the order.
2 balls and no strikes. Curcio the lead at third. And here's the 2-0. Taken outside for a ball. Now 3 balls and no strikes. Curcio walked earlier in this inning. A triple began the frame on a ball to deep right that Williams couldn't haul in up against the fence and right. And a fly ball to right field that was shallow off the bat of Zebig a moment ago. Also that 6-3 RBI ground out for Hodges. The 3-0 is ball 4. Second walk of the inning. Horniman hitting below 100, and you never want to walk a guy like that, but that's what Pearl does here. And now Chaz Clark hitting .324 will have a chance in this spot.
It looked like in that at-bat that Pearl was aiming for the corners maybe a little bit too much, was just trying to get his spot too perfect, and when he wasn't able to hit it, it resulted in balls. That's what we see sometimes in the league with the walks, where pitchers are just trying to find that perfect spot instead of just putting one in the zone. Pearl was just pitching around Horniman a little bit there and just wasn't quite able to get the command he needed in that at bat.
First and third with 2 down. This is taken for a ball upstairs in the count 1-0.
You've seen Chaz Clark's also starting to swing for some extra bases as well. He had that big double against Southland on Monday and then had 2 hits yesterday. So he's starting to become a good force for the Oilmen, a good left-handed bat that can hit for some contact.
Here's a pickoff throw to first. It's not in time. Runners at first and third. 2 walks in the inning. Both runners on base at this moment drew walks. Here's the 1-0. Taken high for a ball, 2-0.
With runners on the corners, 2 outs here for the Oilmen, you want to try to put another run across the board here. We saw what really worked well for them yesterday was getting runs on the board early, starting that offense in the first couple innings instead of waiting until the end to try to make a comeback like we've seen in a few games this year. If you can get that upper hand quick, get your starting pitcher some confidence, that can really help you a ton.
2-0 to Clark. He cracks a base hit to right, and the run is in. Coming in to score, Curcio. Clark's going to try to take second. Here comes the throw towards second base, and it bounces away. And then trying to score now is going to be Horniman, and he will. It's a double for Chaz Clark. Curcio comes in and scores. 1 RBI for Clark, and then Horniman scores on an error as the throw bouncing away is what let Horniman come in and score. So there was an error on the throw, I believe, in E9. At the end of the play that allowed Horniman to cross the plate. RBI double for Chaz Clark, and the Oilmen have a 3-0 lead.
And that's just what Chaz Clark's been doing a good job of, just sending those shots out to the outfield, just making good contact, putting runs on the board, getting himself on base, and that's what the Oilmen needed there, to put extra runs on the board. He didn't want to leave this inning with just the 1 spot. Now they're in a position where they could still be threatening.
Now it's Joe Cosenza to try to drive in 1 more. The Oilmen, as you talked about, have scored 3 times. A triple, a few walks, and now a double. This is swung on and lifted to right center. This is going to hang up there this time for Williams. It's carrying tonight as he picks it up just shy of the track and hauls it in. And the side is retired. But not before damage done, as the Oilmen score 3 times on 2 hits and leave 1. We've played 1. Oilmen 3, Giants nothing on the Northwest Indiana Oilmen Broadcasting Network.
We don't go to the office, we build it. This is a truism with Ironworkers Local 395 and the Northwest Indiana Contractors Association. Our goal is to exceed our customers' expectations. We provide a skilled, OSHA-trained, drug-free workforce, as well as many other certifications from our 4-year training program. Every time you hire an ironworker from Local 395, you should feel confident that you are receiving highly trained, highly skilled, and drug-free journeymen and apprentices who take their job and your project seriously. For more information, contact us at 219-763-7900 or ironworkers395.com.
Have a student headed to college this fall? If so, you probably have questions, and the best place to find answers is Ivy Tech Community College. Ivy Tech is in your community and offers hundreds of options. Best of all, our tuition is a fraction of the cost of other colleges. Complete a free application today.
Back at Oil City Stadium, let's tell you about an upcoming event. In fact, it's a busy weekend here at the ballpark. Saturday, June the 25th, a 6:10 start. It is Bark in the Park night. A free doggy bandana giveaway. I mean, who would want to miss a free doggy bandana? If you have a dog, you can bring your furry friend out to the ballpark, and we will admit your dog for no additional charge. They don't even need their own ticket to enter Oil City Stadium on Saturday night, a 6:10 first pitch. I'll have it for you beginning at 6 o'clock, but we hope to see you in person at the ballpark on Saturday. And first, we'll have Hispanic Heritage Night tomorrow night, and that'll be a 7:10 first pitch as the Southland Vikings will be here for that one. But Leo, Bark in the Park is always an exciting promotion.
And it should be a fun one just to see all the different dogs out in the park affecting the crowd atmosphere. I'm sure that'll get the cheers going and stuff. It'll be fun to see.
We'll I'm sure hear a few barks on our crowd mic on Saturday night, so I look forward to that. It's a long-time staple. It's normally a Sunday afternoon game, but this time it'll be a Saturday night Bark in the Park. Crowd still arriving. People are still coming into the ballpark, and it's a good crowd on hand here at Oil City Stadium tonight. And if you're in the area, we can make room for you. Come on down. I mean, not in our booth, but you can come on down to the ballpark, and we'll make room for you there. Here's a strike in the count 0-1.
That's also what Burdak's been doing very well in these at-bats, is getting strikes in for the first pitch. That puts him in the upper hand, allows him to kind of be more in control in the later pitches of the at-bat.
The 0-1 swing and a miss. As you mentioned it, he's ahead, no balls and 2 strikes on Cortez.
It just seems as if we very rarely see him fall behind in the counts in the first 3 pitches, something we always emphasize on the broadcast, so that he is really hitting his spots well.
And the 0-2, he had one to play with there, and it was low and outside for a ball. They'll appeal to Art Garcia, who says no swing, and the count 1-2. His repertoire, fastball change, curve, slider, and also a knuckleball. So he started his knuckleball. Here's a pitch taken for ball 2. 2 balls and 2 strikes. At a fairly young age. He's had some good success with it. Working on improving his velocity of his fastball this summer. The 2-2 is ball 3. We go full now. After he was ahead 0-2, working the count to full is Cortez. It's 3-2.
We'll see if he puts one back in the strike zone here, as he was going kind of around the zone a little bit. Went low and away, then high and inside on those last 2.
Here's a smash foul down the third base line. A lot of deep counts and a lot of pitches being thrown here in the early going by Burdak. The Giant hitter is making him work.
We're seeing him get ahead early, but it seems like when he gets to that 2-strike spot, he doesn't maybe have that one pitch that he looks for to put away. That's working. It seems like he's just trying to get batters to chase, and that's resulting in them to work those counts a little bit. So we'll see if he finds something in-game here to just try to throw with 2 strikes, get those put-aways.
Payoff pitch coming up from Burdak to Cortez, and here it is, swinging a bouncer foul. He says the pitch selection is one of his strengths. He can hit his spots, and he trusts his breaking ball even if the count is in favor of the hitter. So sometimes in those obvious fastball counts, he's not afraid to uncork a bender. Here comes the 3-2. This is swung on and lifted in the air to shallow center. Camping underneath it and making a routine catch is Chris Baker, and there's one away here in the second.
We've just seen Baker's been so reliable out there in center all season, but I'm interested in that knuckleball he throws, because that's one you don't see too many younger pitchers throwing, but that gives you a lot of options because batters aren't used to seeing it, and especially if you can disguise it coming out of the hand, make it look like one of your other pitches, that can be one that really will give them trouble.
First pitch here, no pitch actually. That never happened. Pretend like you didn't see it. And we'll do it again. Hopefully not the exact same thing again. Burdak, in his career, wants to eventually go into coaching or physical therapy or being a trainer, but he loves sports and wants to remain involved. Here comes the real first pitch, and this is taken inside for ball 1.
I believe there's a player on the team last year that, was it Lolito that acted as the team trainer? Somebody that was majoring in that, also handled the medical duties for the team?
1-0 is fouled. Down through the years, we've had a few in that regard. Jake Pereira was a nursing major. I believe now he's a nurse. He graduated from the University of Indianapolis, and he used to occasionally have to help out with treating someone as needed. This is high for a ball, 2-1. Of course, he's been learning how to pitch from his dad from a young age. Here's the 2-1. It's outside for a ball, but he said his dad, Tim, the former 8-year big leaguer, tries not to be too hard on him. That can be an interesting situation, being the son of a big leaguer. Obviously, a lot of positives that come with that, and as long as here comes the 3-1 on the way. This is taken for a strike. It just does catch the outside corner. We go full. As long as the pressure of being the son of a former big leaguer doesn't get to you, it can be a very positive thing. As we wait the payoff pitch, and it's low and in for ball 4, Lou.
And I have to imagine that's something that every new team he's ever joined, that's something that kind of follows him or arrives before he does, knowing that you have a big leaguer son that's joining the team. So that puts a lot of pressure on people, especially opponents want to say they took Tim Burdak's son, they hit a home run off him or whatever. So that maybe gives him a little extra chip on his shoulder, knowing that everybody kind of knows about him before they face him. So he wants to try to make sure he can live up to his reputation.
It's got to be one of those storylines as Gazda stands in with a runner on and one away. This is swung on and lifted in the air down the right field line. Running over is Curcio. Running out is Tyler, the second baseman, with good hustle, but he can't get there in the count 0-1. It has to be one of those storylines that is going to follow him. He's just an incoming freshman, so and he's going to the JUCO route at first, but we'll talk about it, and then eventually if he transfers to a 4-year and they get more media attention, it'll be talked about there, and I'm sure there's already been newspaper stories about it. There's certain storylines that, especially the father-son baseball-type storyline, that everyone who covers the game likes to tell those stories. The ball's in a strike on Gazda. Here comes the next pitch, swinging a ground ball to short. This could be 2. Having to wait back on a Z-Big, go to second 1, and a slow exchange, and it's not in time at first base as the throw gets away. It's a fielder's choice, 6-4 on the fielder's choice. Safe at first, Gazda out at second, Horn for the second out of the inning. It was 1, Z-Big had to wait back on it, and then 2, having to kind of double clutching it was Tyler at second base, and that removed the chance for the Oilmen to turn 2.
It was maybe that little extra hold at second base that caused it. And also that was a play that it was a slow roller out to Zebig, who was pretty far back at short. So the fact that it took a while for it to get out to him might have also cost the Oilmen that precious time to turn 2 there.
Now it's Gino Gazzillo to stand in next. Here's a pickoff throw to first. Diving back in head first safely is Gazda. 3-0 Oilmen as we play inning number 2 at beautiful Oil City Stadium. 3 runs, 2 hits, and no errors for the Oilmen. 0-1-1 for the Giants. This is taken for a strike, and it's 0-1.
Gazzillo on the plate here is the American Giants team leader in walks, so you don't want to try to pitch around him because you know he's patient at the plate and can work that count.
0-1. 146 is batting average. Here's another pickoff throw. Diving back to the bag safely is Gazda. 2 outs in the inning. Burdak trying to put another 0 on the board. Here's the 0-1. Swing and a miss. Count no balls and 2 strikes on Gazzillo.
We're seeing Burdak's not afraid to throw in the zone when there's runners on base. He's not afraid to throw stuff that ends up in ground balls like we saw. We've seen him turn a double play, just missed turning another one, that he's just still throwing strikes with runners on, and that's led to a good day for him so far.
Here's a 2-strike pitch. This is swung on and lifted to left center. It's a long run. We're able to get there and make the catch as Baker, and the inning ends. Nice shot by Baker to glide under it, and Gazzillo is retired as he makes the catch in left center field. No runs, no hits, 1 left for the Giants in that inning. After an inning and a half, it remains Oilmen 3, Giants nothing on the Northwest Indiana Oilmen Broadcasting Network.
I've never seen ads on top of the roof where it's helping the community.
This place teaches you to be genuine, to be the same person today as you were yesterday. People from Indiana, they're pretty comfortable with who they are. And you know, I think that puts the people around them at ease to be comfortable with who they are.
The values that built Indiana are here in Strachan Van Til. We're Indiana's grocery store, and we're proud to be Indiana made.
These days, it's recommended that you keep your social circle small. Of course, as the original light beer, we've always recommended that. It's Miller time.
City Stadium, Notre Dame FCU is your full-service, non-for-profit financial cooperative serving all of Lake County. They go where you go. Bank online, through a mobile app, or by phone. While others answer to stockholders, Notre Dame FCU answers to their members. Visit NotreDameFCU.com/member to become a member and receive $200 when you open a checking account. Insured by NCUA. Visit their website for full offer details, and please also visit their website for more information on their products and services. It's Notre Dame FCU, a proud sponsor of Oilmen baseball all summer long, but in particular a proud sponsor of tonight's ball game, as Notre Dame FCU is sponsoring Whiting-Robertsdale night 46394 night, and it is thanks to them that we have a great community audience on hand to witness Oilmen baseball here tonight on a thirsty Thursday, no less, at Oil City Stadium. As we take it to the last of the second inning, the Oilmen with a 3 spot in the first, and they'll look to keep Pearl on the ropes here in inning number 2.
The Oilmen did a good job striking early there, putting 3 runs on the board with just 1 hit. So that was big for them, but they want to make sure they don't go away here, that they continue to put runs on the board. Kyle Tyler will be leading things off, and he got his first hit in an Oilman uniform yesterday in a big spot, getting a double and then coming around to score to provide an insurance run in the 7th inning of yesterday's second win.
Oilmen with 3 first-inning runs, and they hold the lead here as we take it to the inning number 2. 8-9-1 due up. Dennis Pearl, again, pitching today for the Giants, and he actually pitched for Dre Gilmore's Minutemen a year ago here in the Northern League, then known as the Midwest Collegiate League. He worked 9 games, making 6 starts for Dre's Minutemen a year ago. 19 1/3 innings of work, a 1-6 win-loss record. This is taken outside for a ball, 1 ball and no strikes on Tyler. He walked 33 and struck out 12. His ERA was 11.17. 1 ball and no strikes on Kyle Tyler, the state champion at Andrean High School. Just a week ago, sends this foul in the count 1-1.
He's been swinging the bat so far pretty well in his first 2 games with the Oilmen. You always wonder how the high schoolers are going to adjust quickly playing with the wood bats, but he's been able to drive the ball for some flyouts and was finally able to get that double to land yesterday.
Here's the 1-1 to Tyler. It's a strike in the count 1-2. Looking forward to having him as a part of the Oilmen throughout the summer, and then I'll get a chance to see him as he stays here in Northwest Indiana. He's going to play his college ball at Valpo. Here's the 1-2, swinging a crack to left center field. He's going to get down for a base hit. It's a base hit for Tyler. He's booking around first. He's headed for second. Here comes the throw to second base. It's a double. This was a single for about 99% of ball players, but this was a double for the aggressive Kyle Tyler, who just simply takes second base on what looked like a clean single to left.
I think he was thinking double right out of the box there. As you saw, he got off to a quick start, took a wide turn at first, and was able to slide in there as that throw pulled Hondras off the bag a little bit, but he was just able to shoot that one out to the gap. That's what we're talking about, where he's been hitting the ball pretty well, where he's not maybe hitting it out of the park yet, but he's just able to put it hard into these spots in the gaps, and he's putting it into good places. As we saw, that was one where it wasn't hit directly to an outfielder, so that gave him the extra time to get to second there.
So now Tyler, with the aggressive base running, is in scoring position. Here's the first pitch. It's a strike. A good throw gets him there, but he put the pressure on the defense, and it was not a good throw from left as Cortez bounced it in there, and he slid in safely. It would have at least been a very close play, and I think likely a perfect play gets him, but you're forcing the opposing defense to make a perfect play. Now he runs, pitches swung on in line to center, a base hit. Now Tyler's going to try to score. Here comes the green light around third. He will score. It's a run-scoring single for Fama-Cannon. It was juggled in center, but I think Kyle's going to score either way as he was in motion with the pitch. He held up because he thought the ball might be caught, and then Matt Vituli gave him the green light around third. He came in and scored, and the Oilmen have extended the lead. It's 4-0 Oilmen.
And just the aggression by Kyle Tyler, I think, has forced the American Giants into a little bit of problems early. As we saw there, he was already at third base basically by the time that ball dropped in center field, stopped, and still had time to get in. And you saw the center fielder Bullock probably bobble it a little bit, was thinking that he had to rush that throw, so he was going through the motions too fast. And that's what we saw with that first play too. Cortez throwing from left field, he sped his throw in, and so it was inaccurate. It wasn't maybe as technical as it should have been. So Tyler is just very aggressive on the base paths, and that's already led to a run for the Oilmen.
Yeah, you're right. That aggression was huge. He turns a single into a double, and he's stealing third, and he's putting pressure on the defense. And give Fama-Cannon a run batted in there. RBI single. It's the 10th RBI of the season for Tyler Fama-Cannon. So Kyle Tyler, driven in by Tyler Fama-Cannon, and that's the way that the Oilmen extend this lead to 4 as we go to the top of the order for Chris Baker.
This is big, getting the top of the order up already in the second inning with a runner on base. Nobody's out yet. They can continue to try to put runs on the board because Baker's just been seeing the ball very well as of late.
He tripled and scored a run in the first inning. It was a drive to deep right that Williams would have, in a perfect world, maybe liked to have squeezed. But this pitch is low, and getting a good read on it and advancing to second base safely is Fama-Cannon. This goes as a wild pitch as he had a dirt ball read, and Gazzillo saw it skip away from him, and that allowed Fama-Cannon to scoot 90 feet to second.
One takeaway from the first couple innings is that the ball is traveling when it's hit out to the outfield tonight. So we'll see if Baker can shoot one out to the gaps again and just see how far it takes for it to land.
Yeah, you're right. And it's a night where you want to score a lot of runs. We saw the Giants come back on the Oilmen. Here comes the 1-0 high for a ball, having to leap out of his crouch to receive that one was Gazzillo, and the count goes to 2-0. And a chance to really put up a ton of runs early, because you know that on a night like tonight, the Giants could easily score runs in a hurry.
Especially with them getting some reinforcements to their lineup, some powerful bats. No lead is safe here.
Here's a strike on the outer portion. The count goes to 2-1 on Baker. Chris, the left-handed hitter, longtime Oilman off and on over the years, as far back as 2016. The veteran of this bunch. Here's the 2-1. Low and in for a ball. And now running and taking third is going to be Famakanen.
That was a good heads-up play by Famakanen at second base, realizing Gazillo was having trouble locating the ball there and taking off. He didn't start running over there till well after the pitch had made its way across home plate.
Yeah, and I guess another dirt ball read. I'd almost like to look at that again. But either way, 90 feet away is Famakanen, and Baker will try to drive him in. Here's the 3-1. This is swung on and line to left. That's going to be a base hit, and a run scores. Oilmen lead 5-0. They have put up a pair of crooked numbers in the early going. Chris Baker has driven in his 12th run of the season, and there's still nobody out in this second. Oilmen bats are hot tonight at Oil City Stadium.
And that's where Tyler Famakanen making his way over to third base on the previous pitch really helped out there. That wasn't the farthest hit ball by Baker, but because he was only 90 feet away from home plate, that allowed him to just hurry on over to home plate and put another run on the board for the Oilmen.
There might start to be some action in the Giant bullpen down the left field line. This is outside for a ball. By that I mean the American Giant bullpen. The size of it is regulation. No 1 ball and no strikes on Dom Curcio, who walked and scored in the first as part of a 3-run inning for the Oilmen. Dennis Pearl again. He struggled last summer with the Minutemen, and he's struggling so far against the Oilmen here tonight. This is low and in for a ball, and now a late break towards second, and Baker's out at second base. 2-6 on the putout as he's gunned down for the first out of the inning. Oilmen have been aggressive throughout the ball game, and it's been to a successful end. And Adam Enright's going to come out and have a conversation with Todd Elias.
That was a good play by Nelson to regain his control as he was pulled off high off the bag there, had to jump up, but was still able to come down quick and apply that tag, make it a closer play than maybe Baker anticipated it being.
Adam Enright discussing things here with the home plate arbiter, Todd Elias. And not sure what the exact discussion is, to be honest, but it appears the plate appearance will continue for Curcio. Baker was cut down at second base. We've seen Baker make some outs on the bases over the last week or two, but he's aggressive.
And in a 5-run game, the Oilmen continuing to be aggressive there. That one backfired on them a little bit, but it's the strategy that's working for them so far, so you don't want to just abandon it in the second inning, and it's really paid off and resulted in a couple of these runs.
Here's the 2-0 low for a ball, and the count is 3 balls and no strikes. It's kind of a mix of trying to be aggressive to keep that pressure on the Giants, and that's kind of causing them to fold a little bit here, but also they're struggling on their own. And when you're walking a lot of guys, you're going to get free bases anyway. You have 3 ball, no strike count. Here comes the 3-0. It's a strike, and it's 3-1. And there's that chance that you already have somebody on the ropes, so you don't want to let them off the hook with outs on the base paths either.
Yeah, you don't want to run your way into outs and take them off the spot a little bit. As we see, there's a 3-1 count, so you might have already gotten this runner on with the walk and
there
advanced Baker to second anyway.
There is ball 4. Curcio has walked twice, Leo.
So that's one where, in hindsight now, you wish Baker might not have stolen, but he was playing aggressive. He was trying to work the Giants there. You just can't force too much there, though.
We'll throw it to a break here because we have a pitching change coming up. Drake Gilmore has seen enough as he boogies his way out to the mound, and he's going to remove Dennis Pearl from this game. So pitching change coming up. We'll take a timeout. We'll come back with the continuation of this inning we'll tell you about the new Giant pitcher after this. The Oilmen have jumped out to an early lead. They lead the Giants 5-0. We're back with more in the second after this on the Northwest Indiana Oilmen Broadcasting Network.
Safety isn't a list of boxes to check. It's taking the best technologies out there and adapting them to work for you. The ultrasound that can see inside patients can also detect early signs of corrosion at our refineries. High-tech military cameras that see through walls can inspect our pipelines to prevent leaks. Remote-controlled aircraft can help us identify potential problems and stop them in their tracks. At BP, safety is never being satisfied and always working to be better.
Back here at Oil City Stadium, where there's a new pitcher on the mound, the Giants have gone to the bullpen early as the Oilmen have jumped out to a 5-run lead on a nice night in front of a nice audience. It's been a nice start to the ball game for the Oilmen, as we'll give you the final line here on the pitcher Pearl. Pearl, we'll get you his final line coming up. He allows 5 runs and 4 earned to this point. He yielded 5 Oilman hits in the early going. He also experienced some difficulty with control as he walked 3 and he struck out none. And he lasts just an inning and a third, and they go to the bullpen, and it's officially the new pitcher is waved in. It's a left-hander, and it's R.J. Nowicki who is on to work here for the Giants.
Third appearance of the season for Nowicki. He was solid for the first 2, going 3 1/3 against the Panthers of scoreless ball, 2 hits, then an inning of no-hit ball and no runs against the Panthers. But then he was roughed up his last time out by Southland on the 16th, giving up 6 runs, all of them earned on 7 hits and 3 walks. So he's looking for a bounce-back performance here.
It'll be Jason Hodges to face him. Hodges hit that ball that was the unusual play where the Giants tried to turn 2, but the runner was safe at second. Hodges was out at first, so it was a 6-4-3 putout. And Hodges received credit for his 4th RBI of the year as a run scored on that play. It's 5-0 in favor of the Oilmen as we play bottom of inning number 2 here at Oil City Stadium. And the Oilmen, again, on a night where the ball is carrying, it's kind of a hitter's night, would love to build up as big of a lead as possible. And they have already knocked starting pitcher Dennis Pearl out of this game after just an inning and a third. And again, he allows 5 runs on 5 hits, and you can't close the book on him yet as he's still responsible for Curcio at first. Here's a drive to left, well hit, and it's going to be off the glove of the left fielder Clark in left center, and it's going to go up against the wall. Extra bases for Hodges. He's safe at second as the throw comes in, and advancing to third safely on the play, Curcio. This was not a routine play, but Cortez did get underneath it, and he's not able to make the catch in deep left center field. Ending up standing at second base is Hodges.
That was a tough play for Cortez to make out there in left field as he was moving kind of on an angle there. Had to look over his shoulder a little bit as that was hit fast off the bat from Hodges. Is when he really barrels one up, he can really drive it out there. So that was a play that results in extra bases for the Oilmen, and tough for the American Giants as he comes so close to getting an out, but now will have to try again for that second spot of the inning.
It'll be a double for Hodges. This is taken for ball 1. They've had a few plays in the outfield. It's hard to call those errors because the outfielders have to go on a long run. It's not a routine play when the ball's hit some 315 feet up against the wall. This is high for a ball. And you're battling the sun as well, and you're on the run. At the same time, in each inning, there's been a play that their outfield would have liked to have made the catch.
And that's one where it traveled out there so quick that it wasn't a routine play, but with your team trailing 5 runs, you really need to make that. Just do what you can to help your team out a little bit there.
2 balls and no strikes on Zebik. Here's the lefty-on-lefty offering, swing and a miss, and the count goes to 2-1. 1 out in the inning. The Oilmen thinking really big inning now. They have already scored twice, and they have runners at second and third. It's Hodges at second base, and Curcio taking the lead at third. 5-0 in favor of the Oilmen here in the second. Here's the 2-1. Low for a ball, blocked by Gazzillo, and the count 3-1.
Across both games yesterday, Zebik was able to drive in 4 runs. He's looking to add 2 more to that total today as he was one of the main factors in the Oilman double win in the doubleheader yesterday.
3 balls and 1 strike. The count on Zebik. Flew out to right field his first time. Lefty on lefty. Again, Nowicki in the game for the Giants. Here's ball 4. He walked him. It's the second walk in this inning and the 4th walk issued by Giant pitching in the ball game. And now the bases are full of Oilmen for Colin Horniman.
And with how well the Oilmen have been hitting the ball today, we've also seen them not be afraid to be patient at the plate, not go chasing stuff outside the zone. The players aren't getting over-aggressive looking for those extra base hits. They're also not going to turn away a walk either, and that's what Zebik did there.
Here's the first pitch to Horniman, swinging a foul at the plate in the count 0-1. Big spot here, only 1 away. The Giant infield back looking for something they can turn with The bases full of Oilmen, and the home team a chance to really break it open in this second inning. Already up 5-0. Here's the 0-1. High for a ball, and a count evens at 1 ball and 1 strike.
Talk about how Horniman is trying to get his batting average up a little bit here. He's coming in the night. He had an OBP of 111. That increased with the walk a little bit. So he's hoping to increase both the average and the on-base percentage here with a hit.
1-1 high for a ball, 2 balls and a strike. Nothing across for the Giants in either of the first 2 innings. And the Oilmen 3 in the first and 2 runs here in the second and hoping for more. 2 balls and a strike on Horniman. Here's Nowicki's pitch. This is swung on, lifted in the air. It's shallow. Is it deep enough to drive in a run? Williams is underneath it. He gloves it, and the runners are going to have to hold on the shallow fly ball to right as the throw comes in. Probably a good move.
Just a little bit too short out there in right field. That was hit maybe a few feet deeper. That would have been one where Curcio could have taken the chance there. But then we saw the American Giants were able to turn a quick relay in there. So that was one that if Curcio was trying to storm for, the ball would have been at Gazillo by the time he was already at the plate.
Now it'll be Chaz Clark with Oilmen at all 3 stations. Shadows playing a factor, some sunlight peeking through in the outfield, but now the infield is entirely in the shade here at Oil City. Past 8 o'clock on the Oilman Broadcasting Network. Happy to have you with us. Brandon Vickery, Leo Staudaher, David Bork working alongside.
So Clark was able to get his 13th hit of the season, but he's only has the 4 runs batted in, so he's looking to add some more to that. Is that showing he's getting on base for other hitters to drive him in, but maybe hasn't been in too many situations with runners on?
Clark takes low for a ball, 1 ball and no strikes. Bases full with 2 down. Oilmen trying to add to this uprising here in the second inning. They have scored twice. Here comes the 1-0. Taken for strike 2, 1 called, and the count evens at 1-1. Lights are on at Oil City. Good crowd on hand tonight. Here's the set from Nowicki and the 1-1. This is swung on and smashed way foul and well out of play. There's a dormant train track over parallel with the third base line on the opposite side of the Oilman clubhouse, and this was onto that train track. One ball, 2 strikes. Bases full of Oilmen. Here's the lefty's wind and his 1-2 fire. Low and outside for a ball, and the count levels at 2-2.
Clark does such a good job of not going swinging for those pitches outside the zone, and he's a tough one to throw to, as you have to throw something in the zone for him to get swinging at. He's very disciplined at the plate.
Hitting .324, the 2-2. He fists this one foul. It knocks off the mask of home plate umpire Todd Elias, who spells his name with 1 D, by the way, T-O-D, if you're keeping a detailed scorebook at home. And he appears to be okay after the mask came off on that foul ball, and the count 2-2.
That was one that Clark just got just above the hands on the bat, so it was a hard one to try to do anything with. Just chopped it right back at the home plate umpire.
Todd's been working games for a long time, the head umpire in the league for a long time. Here's the 2-2. This is low and outside for a ball, and this skips away from the catcher, Gazillo, and a run's going to come in and score. A wild pitch. Gazillo not able to knock that one down. Curcio comes in and scores, and the Oilmen have added a 3rd run in this inning. They lead by half a dozen. Hodges to 3rd and Zebig to 2nd, and the count full on Clark with the Oilmen leading 6-0.
It looked like Curcio, too, as he came across home plate. I might be wrong on this, but did a version of the gritty there, so it looked like he was having some fun with that, as that was one that just skipped well past Gazillo, and he couldn't really read it as it went off the backstop either.
Pitch fouled here. What was that again, the gritty?
Yeah, I believe that's the dance the kids are doing nowadays. I'll have to fact check that one. Not sure if you know it, but it looked like he was having some fun with it.
I'll leave that fact checking to you. 3 balls and 2 strikes, the count on Clark. Runners take their leads from 2nd and 3rd. Here comes the payoff pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. But the Oilmen do damage again. They score 3 runs in the second inning. They knock the starting pitcher out of the game, doing it on 4 hits and leaving 2 after 2. Oilmen 6, Giants nothing on the Northwest Indiana Oilmen Broadcasting Network.
I've never seen ads on top of the roof where it's helping the community.
This place teaches you to be genuine, be the same person today as you were yesterday. People from Indiana, they're pretty comfortable with who they are. And you know, I think that puts the people around them at ease to be comfortable with who they are.
The values that built Indiana are here in Strachan Van Til. We're Indiana's grocery store, and we're proud to be Indiana made.
These days, it's recommended that you keep your social circle small. Of course, as the original light beer, we've always recommended that. It's Miller time.
Back at Oil City Stadium, we talked about the good crowd on hand. We talked about it being 4-6-3-9-4 night, and we talked about it all being brought to you by Notre Dame FCU, and we're glad to be joined by Northwest Indiana Market President John Wilkening in the booth now. And, John, good to have you with us here as we chat with you for a few minutes here on the Oilmen Broadcasting Network. Welcome to Oil City Stadium, and good to have you out at the ballpark tonight.
It's super to be here. Thank you so much. What a great night for baseball. And the Oilmen are winning. It makes it even better.
Tell me about the idea of having this night. How did it come together, and what makes this such a special night that Notre Dame FCU wanted to be part of?
Well, Notre Dame Federal Credit Union, I'm a Whiting Oiler by birth, and, we expanded to Lake County. We picked Whiting as our new town. And, one thing we're trying to do is bring people out, bring families together. You're seeing that with the Symphony in the Park, this concert series, the Free Fridays at the Mascot Hall of Fame. So it's just a natural that we would go and do this with the Oilmen, get the families out together and look at the ballpark tonight. We could not be more thrilled.
Yeah, great crowd on hand, and it's all brought to you by Notre Dame Federal Credit Union. Here's the first pitch of this inning to Nelson, low for a ball. 6-0 Oilmen, as you mentioned. They're out to a 6-run lead here. But it is a special community here in Whiting, and there's something unique about the little city by the lake. Here comes the 1-0. This is swung on and lifted in the air to left. Pretty well hit. Back on it is Clark, but he has room. Now he comes in a few paces, and he makes the catch battling the sun for out number one. But what is it to you that makes Whiting a great location and so special?
Well, Whiting's home, but the fact of the matter is there's so much to do in this town, and honestly, I think you're going to be seeing this renaissance while the Whiting's doing, flourishing. Of course, that's why we came here. But also with Calumet College St. Joe's expansion, we're very proud tonight to make a $10,000 donation to the college. Whiting's a refinery town, but I also see it now becoming a college town and the great downtown and all that's going on.
Yeah, what a generous donation. This is outside for a ball, 1 ball, and no strikes. Tell me about why that was such an important gesture.
Well, Cal College St. Joe's got so much going on, dormitories, athletic teams, and, it's been a commuter school forever, and it's really a jewel of Lake County. It's the only Catholic college between Chicago and the University of Notre Dame, and it's right here in Whiting and Robertsdale. So, again, just like the Oilmen, all these great causes going on in the community, we're going to get behind them and partner them.
1 ball and 1 strike here on Jaden Cummins. He takes a strike, and the count goes to 1-2. I understand you're a big baseball fan as well.
Oh, I love baseball. I'm a Red Sox fan all my life. Believe me, I love baseball.
I've been to Fenway Park, a very historic place to take in a game, as the 1-2 is swung on and lined to center. That's going to be a base hit for Cummins. And he has a 1-out single here in the third. I see you've done some coaching in the community as well.
Oh, yes. I used to be the president of Whiting Little League. I coached boys baseball for 15 years in town, and then I coached girls softball for 15 years in other places throughout the county. So a 30-year coach. By the first pitch tonight, you could see I've been retired for a while, right?
Yeah, tell me about that. How would you grade yourself on the first pitch?
I got it there.
Bullock takes the ball. The runner goes. Throw to second. Not in time. Stolen base as the throw skips away. And Cummins advances to second base safely. Was that a first time that you've thrown out a ceremonial first pitch? Or?
A few times in Little League, okay. I have,
yeah.
in other leagues. But, yes, I was big, hey, get the ball there. I did that. The catcher gave me thumbs up, so I'm very happy.
Yeah. Had you been warming up throughout the week? Or?
No, I was afraid to do that.
1 ball and no strikes. No injuries, so we're happy to report that. Here comes the pitch taken low for a ball. But tell me about just coaching in the community and what it means to be involved in the community as a coach, and why you doing it for so many years was something that was important to you.
I'm going to let the pitcher throw this pitch for you, and I'm going to tell that story.
Yeah, here's the 2-0 to Bullock. He swings and fouls it, and it's 2-1. Go ahead.
My involvement was, Whiting was still having 4 teams in town back then, and they were short a coach. And I was asked by Matt Stoneman, a local businessman, to come out and help coach, and went out that day and started and didn't stop for 15 years. And I'm walking down the streets, and people are still calling me coach. I was coming in the stadium today. My former first baseman, Andy Ortiz, was at the concession stand saying, "Hey, coach."
2-1 is fouled here, 2-2. Go ahead.
And Jake Wavoda, the Whiting police officer's working security tonight, and he was on a ball team. His dad, Glenn, and I coach ball together in town. So it's just so wonderful to be back home. 7 years in Michigan, and then to come back and bring the Notre Dame brand with us. It's just incredible to be back home. The little city by the lake. There is just no place like it.
Certainly very special, and the Oilmen have been fortunate to become a part of the community over the last decade or so. 2 balls and 2 strikes here on Bullock. Here comes the pitch to him, low and outside for a ball. We go full at 3-2. Runner at second base, 6-0 Oilmen in the third. We're visiting with John Wilkening. Tell me more about Notre Dame Federal Credit Union. What makes it unique, and what are kind of the selling points of your product and your business? Here comes the 3-2 pitch. This is swung on and fouled.
Well, unlike a bank, we offer all the services that a bank offers, and many of them are enhanced also. But the members, the customers are the owners. There's no shareholders. So that's what's going on in this community. We opened last July, and we proudly have now given over $100,000 of revenue back to the community of Whiting, Indiana. And that's what happens when folks bank with us. They're the owners. And we make a reinvestment back in the community instead of, in the banking world, the family takes the profits, pays out bonuses. At Notre Dame Federal Credit Union, it comes right into great places like Oil City Stadium, the Mascot Hall of Fame, et cetera, et cetera. So that's the big difference. World-class products, the service is number one, our remote delivery system. And, just to show you, during the pandemic, even though we were about the 2,000th biggest credit union in the country, we were the number 3 PPP lender in the entire nation out of all credit unions.
Wow. Bullock takes outside on a payoff pitch, ball 4. Trey Hondras batting with runners at first and second. He swings and pops this one up. The infield fly rule is in effect, and this is caught by the shortstop Zebig for the second out of the inning. Well, what an impact in a short period of time here in the community of Whiting, and that has to be extra special to do it in your hometown.
Unbelievably so. When I got there 7 years ago, we were talking about our national expansion. Tucson, Phoenix, places we've opened, and I immediately began talking about Lake County, and we were thrilled. We service the entire county through the Gary Diocese, but to do it in Whiting, Indiana, my hometown, my God, it's the cherry on the sundae. It's just so rewarding.
Joshua Williams stands in here and looks at one upstairs for a ball on the count 1-0. 6-0 Oilmen. They put on a good product for a good crowd here on a beautiful weather night as well at Oil City Stadium. 6-0 the score. Here comes the set from C.J. Burdak, and the pitch is a strike, and it's 1-1. And this is as a baseball fan, you have to also appreciate just what a unique place this is to watch a game.
What the greatest view in America. Look at that, I'm from Goose Island, so look at that torch out there, and just the beautiful refinery in the background. Only a Southside Whiting guy can appreciate that. I'll tell you that. So I think you got the best view of all baseball in America right here.
Sure. 1-1 fouled here, 1-2. What was your style as a coach when you were coaching all those years?
I want to teach. I'm a teacher. Same way I lead my team at Notre Dame. I mean, I just treat people like I want to be treated, and I try to make people insecurities remove and build people up and get their confidence up, and great things start happening, don't they?
Sure. Here's the 1-2.
Yeah, I had no Bobby Knight style. I can promise you that. I was probably the opposite of Bobby Knight. So and that's a pretty good thing. I think you get that out of this town. Whiting is a town of great upbringing, and you take those Whiting Oiler values.
2 balls, 2 strikes on Williams. Yeah, no doubt. A lot of great people here. Here comes the 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Well, John, thanks for dropping by for a few minutes. Thanks for everything you've done for the community, and thanks for making this great night at the ballpark possible.
Go Oilmen, and thank you. It's been an honor.
There he is, John Wilkening, joining us here in the booth. 6-0 in favor of the Oilmen. We're back for the bottom of the third after this on the Northwest Indiana Oilmen Broadcasting Network.
These natural gas teams use smart app technology to share data from any well instantly, so they can analyze trends and stop potential problems in their tracks. Because safety is never being satisfied and always working to be better. Safety doesn't come in a box. It's not a banner that goes on a wall. It's not something you do now and then, or when it's convenient. It's using state-of-the-art simulators to better prepare for any situation. It's giving offshore teams onshore support, and it's empowering anyone to stop a job if something doesn't seem right. At BP, safety is never being satisfied and always working to be better.
Back at Oil City Stadium, Leo's back with me, Brandon Vickery with you. 6-0 the score in favor of the Oilmen as we take it to the bottom of the third. The Giants failing to score in the top of the third inning. They did threaten a bit, Leo, and as John Wilkening joined us in that inning, but able to work out of the inning with no damage with C.J. Burdak.
And we've seen that in all 3 innings so far where the American Giants are able to put runners on base, but Burdak doesn't overwhelm himself there, doesn't unravel. He can just pitch with runners on. He was able to get a great strikeout to end that frame. That's just such a big thing with the young pitcher, that he is able to be effective with runners on base, holding them to just the 2 hits and just no runs, importantly.
6-0 the score. Good to see the Oilmen jumping up early on a team that has really struggled this year. The Giants have just 3 wins. They've lost 13 of their 16 ball games so far this summer. But against the Oilmen, they have been very, very competitive in the first 2 matchups as Cosenza taps this one foul on the count 0-1. They have split the first 2 games. The Oilmen went to Illinois Tech on the Chicago's south side back on June the 2nd and lost by a 5-3 score, and then pulled out the 7-6 walk-off win here at Oil City Stadium on June the 15th. Here's the 0-1 to Cosenza. It's a ball, and it's 1-1, and we mentioned them adding new players. So a lot of reasons to not take them lightly tonight.
Especially in that first game. That was when the Oilmen got on the board in the first inning, that big home run by Mosley, but then the American Giants took the lead back, so they were able to fight back. They erased the big deficit in the second game, so they, even though they're struggling, you can't take them too lightly with new players coming in. This is a team that's still shown a lot of fight, but despite being 10 games below 500. So you know they're going to be a tough out to get.
2 balls and a strike on Cosenza. Here comes the next pitch from Nowicki. This is taken for a strike, and the count evens at 2-2. Yeah, certainly in several years, there has been one team that's really bad in the Midwest Collegiate League and is really just way behind everybody. But despite their record, I do not feel like that's the case this year with the Giants. Here comes the 2-2, swinging a tap foul. When we've seen them play, they've been very competitive. They have talent. They've added more. I think that they're going to continue to play close ball games. That's the big difference. They're not getting blown out a lot. Although they have 13 losses in 16 games, they've lost a lot of close ones. In fact, they have a 6-game losing streak right now, and half of the losses during that skid have been 1-run ball games. And all of them have been decided by 6 runs or fewer, so this one swung on and lifted to right at Williams. He moves to his left, and he gloves it for the first out of the inning. It's not like Leo, they're getting beat by 10, 11 runs every night. A lot of close games.
Especially if you look at that 6-7 loss to the Oilmen, the very next night, they were walked off by the Vikings in 11-10 fashion. You score 10 runs, just lose the game. Those are just 2 tough games to have back-to-back, 2 close losses, and so now they're trying to snap out of that streak.
Both of these teams have really struggled offensively this season. In fact, these are the worst 2 teams in the league in terms of team batting average. This is high for a ball on Tyler in the count 1-0. The Giants are 5th in the league in batting average at .260, and the Oilmen, believe it or not, are still dead last at .252. Here's the 1-0, high and in for a ball 2-0, and they're hoping to get that turned around.
I think yesterday's doubleheader for the Oilmen could be a big spur for that uptick they're hoping to have, as they had 13 hits in the second game, had a solid number in the first game, that they're starting to hit for extra bases, and then it was 1 through 9 that was doing it, that it wasn't a couple of players getting the bulk of those hits.
2-0 is a strike, and the count 2-1.
Just about everybody in both games yesterday had good performances at the plate. Mostly everyone was able to reach base, so that speaks a lot for how this team's starting to get better offensively.
2-1 is swung on and ripped to left. This is going to be a base hit over the head of the left fielder, Cortez. Extra bases again for Tyler. He's got a double. This one in more conventional fashion. He hustled out a double to shallow left, and now he bangs a double up against the fence in deep left. He's got 2 extra base hits on the night, and the Oilmen have a 1-out, 2-bagger here in the third.
That was just crushed out to left field by Kyle Tyler, and that was one that was lower in the zone, so he had a big uppercut on that one and just drove it out there. You saw Cortez was close to it and kind of over-angled it. He was maybe too sharp on it and just barely missed it there and allowed Tyler to pull up at second base.
Now it's Tyler Fambuchanan due next. 1 out and a runner at second. 6-0 the score. Pitch here high for ball 1. Oilmen are out hitting the Giants 7-2 to Leo's point about them turning it around offensively. That's their 7th hit, and we're only in the 3rd. The difference between these two squads and why one is above 500 and one is 13 under, this is low for a ball, has not been the offense, it has been the pitching. The Oilmen, a far better pitching staff so far this season. They are second in the league in team ERA at 4.87, whereas the Giants are last in the league with an ERA of 8. 2 balls and no strikes here on Fambuchanan. And the 2-0. This is high for a ball 3-0.
And to that point, you look at some of the guys the Oilmen have. We're seeing one of them tonight, C.J. Burdak. Matt Lolito and Jake Ostrowski are 2 other examples. Pitchers that do well with runners on base. Because nobody's going to throw perfect games, no hitters. You have to be able to deal with adversity and pitch with those runners on, and that's what the Oilmen have so many guys that are good at doing that.
3-0 is a strike on Fambuchanan. He was taking all the way. And a count 3-1. And I think that when you have good pitching, that's more likely to be consistent over the course of the summer, and the hitting's actually easier to turn around out of the two. You can kind of get hot as the summer goes on. If you're a team that is struggling pitching early in the season, the pitching depth only gets more tested as the season goes on. The 3-1 ground ball to second. Hondras is going to scoop this up. The former Oilman throws out Fambuchanan for out number 2. Scooting to third on the play is Tyler, but now they're 2 down for the top of the order and Chris Baker.
And you touched on having pitching depth. That's so important. We saw that in last season, how it was important to have so many arms because injuries happen, fatigue happens. Players have things come up where they're not able to be with the team all summer, so it's good to have lots of arms to go to, and that's something. Offense is streaky. The best hitters get out 7 out of 10 times, so it's hard to rely on that night in and night out.
Baker takes high and in for a ball, 1 ball and no strikes. Runner at third with 2 down. Thanks again to John Wilkening, the Northwest Indiana market president for Notre Dame Federal Credit Union. Here comes the 1-0. Low and outside for a ball. A 1986 product of Whiting High School and a 1990 product of Indiana State University. It's good to have him on. And he and his team have helped create this night at the ballpark, community night at Oil City. Here's the 2-0. This is taken high for a ball, 3-0.
The Oilmen have put on a pretty good performance for the community here, already up 6 in the 3rd inning. They're treating them to a very good offensive performance.
6 runs, 7 hits, and no errors. Here's the 3-0. It's a strike, and it's 3-1.
They're threatening for a 7th here with Kyle Tyler just 90 feet away from home plate. They'd like to get that 2-out contact here.
Here's the 3-1. Taken for a strike, and the count goes full at 3-2. Full count, bottom of the 3rd, 6-0 Oilmen. Let's see if they can continue to add on. Nowicki on in relief of Pearl. And here's his payoff pitch to Baker. Swinging a crack to right. It's going to be a base hit through the right side. Out of the reach of Hondras, the second baseman. It was in the hole between the first baseman and second baseman and into right field. Ground ball, single, Chris Baker. He's got 3 hits. And the Oilmen tack on. It's now Oilmen 7 and the Giants nothing.
It's a good job by Chris Baker settling in there with 2 strikes, 2 outs. Not really helping out the pitcher on the mound, just being able to line one through at second base and get an RBI there.
Yeah, good piece of hitting. You're right, Leo. Curcio stands in next. Here's the pitch swing and a foul at the plate and the count 0-1.
Curcio's another Oilman hitter where it seems like he's starting to turn it up the past few games, that he's been doing a good job finding his way on base. 2 walks tonight. He picked up 2 hits and scored both times yesterday. So he's starting to get more productive and turning into a nice piece for this team.
That's a nice top of the order. If you can get Curcio going, Hodges and Z-Big in the middle, Clark in the middle, Baker at the top. Here's the 0-1. This is swung on and cued foul. Count no balls and 2 strikes. No balls and 2 strikes, 2 outs. It is Thirsty Thursday at the ballpark. A few fans indulging in that. $1 off, some beverages. Here's a swing and a drive to right foul, and the count remains 0-2. Good crowd, and a lot of spectators over on the berm area. A few kids have gone down to the concourse to play catch. Fun night here at the ballpark. A lot of youngsters in attendance as well. There was a kids camp, in fact, earlier today. 0-2. Here's a 2-strike pitch. High for a ball, and this is going to be a wild pitch. Advancing to second safely as Baker. Gazzillo had to leap full extension out of his crouch. He was able to knock it down, but seeing that it trickled away from him, Baker takes second on a wild pitch.
I think that was an attempt at the curveball, but it just took too high of an arc up and dropped it, so Gazzillo had to leave his feet to try to catch that one and just lost the sight of it, and then allowed Baker to easily pull up to second base.
1-2. 2 outs. Here comes the next pitch. Taken low for a ball, and the count evens at 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Baker, the runner, at second. Curcio standing in. Here comes the 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3, and the inning ends. 1 run, 2 hits, 1 left for the Oilmen in the third. We've played 3. Oilmen 7, Giants nothing on the Northwest Indiana Oilmen Broadcasting Network.
I've never seen ads on top of the roof where it's helping the community.
This place teaches you to be genuine, to be the same person today as you were yesterday. People from Indiana, they're pretty comfortable with who they are. And I think that puts the people around them at ease to be comfortable with who they are.
The values that built Indiana are here in Strachan Van Til. We're Indiana's grocery store, and we're proud to be Indiana made.
These days, it's recommended that you keep your social circle small. Of course, as the original light beer, we've always recommended that. It's Miller time.
Reminder about a few upcoming events at Oil City Stadium. Tomorrow is Hispanic Heritage Night. Saturday is Bark in the Park Night. Tomorrow a 7:10 start. Saturday a 6:10 start. And then we want to take this time to tell you about the July 1st game. Friday, July 1st, it is Military Appreciation Night here at Oil City Stadium. That is a big one. There's going to be a lot that goes into that. It's a game that you do not want to miss. It's a great night every year. The Military Appreciation Night on Friday, July the 1st. It's sponsored by Northwest Indiana Building and Trades, Construction Council, and the return of the Indiana Fallen Soldiers Memorial to Oil City Stadium is a part of that night as well. Military Appreciation Night, brought to you by Northwest Indiana Building and Trades Construction Council, is coming up on Friday, July the 1st against the Corn Dogs at 7:10 right here at Oil City Stadium. Tickets are on sale now on NWIOilmen.com. Gabe Cortez will lead off this 4th inning. 7-0 in favor of the Oilmen. Here's a swing and a foul out of play right side, and the count 0-1. Then the excitement continues. We will have the Northern League All-Star Game on Tuesday, July 12th. Breast Cancer Awareness Night is Saturday, July 9th. Here's the 0-1. It's a strike, and the count 1-1. July the 22nd, we talked about Police and Fire Appreciation Night, sponsored by Northwest Indiana Building and Trades Council. The 23rd will be Superhero Night and a T-shirt giveaway. And the 27th of July, Polish Night. Here's a swing and a miss for strike 3. So a lot coming up. I'll tell you more about those as we move through the broadcast today. Hodges, Cortez, I should say, strikes out swinging. And Burdak has recorded out number 1 here in the 4th. All zeros up on the board against Burdak so far.
A good job by Burdak picking up the strikeout there with 3 pitches, all of them for strikes. He's moving well through this lineup here. We've seen him go with 2 long relief appearances, and now he's doing very well out of the starter spot here.
Yeah, this is big for him. 1 ball, no strikes to count. And there's really some innings available in that rotation. This is fouled by Horn, the count 1-1. Matt Lolito is going to be shut down by Toledo after he makes 2 more starts for the Oilmen here. He will pitch against the Corn Dogs, I believe, on Friday, July the 1st. Here's a swing and a foul. And then he will have 1 more start with the Oilmen in mid-July, and then he's going to focus on getting ready for his first Division I season as a junior college transfer into the Mid-American Conference. Here's the 1-2. Taking higher for a ball, 2-2.
That'll be a tough blow for the Oilmen as he's really been the ace of their staff so far, so somebody's going to have to replace those innings. But that's an opportunity for someone like Burdak to step up and try to fill those shoes.
Here's a 2-2. This is swung on and lifted in the air to shallow right and going out and dropping the ball. This is going to be an E4 on Tyler. He called it and could not make the catch. It's an error, allowing Horn to reach safely with one away here in the fourth.
That one just looked like it squeaked out of the glove of Tyler. That he was in place for it and then just maybe lost it a little bit with the lights coming on and wasn't able to follow through.
Now it's Gazda standing in next after the E4. Let's see if Burdak can work around it. First Oilman error of the day. Here's a lob throw to first. This was not a real serious pickoff move. You're not going to pick too many people off with that move, but that's the move, Leo, where you just let the runner know you're thinking about him.
Just making him aware that you're paying attention and checking up on him there as Burdak will now throw towards the plate.
Gazda smashes this one to left. That's going to be a base hit. Actually, this was kind of a weird piece of contact. As it looked smashed off the bat, but it kind of looked like a soft line drive as it died in shallow left field. And it ends up being a base hit. Runners at first and second with one away.
And basically died right where the infield meets the outfield there at the grass, resulting in a big base hit. And talking about other Oilman pitchers that could step up to fill spots in the rotation, we saw Logan Strutz with a good day yesterday, his first start of the season, going 4 innings. And that was a big spot for him, going his longest outing of the season as well.
No doubt. There's going to be an opportunity for somebody to step in, and several guys are going to need to step up to fill the void late in the season left by Lolito. Now, it's not immediate. They do still have him for a few more weeks, and he figures to be penciled in to big games against quality opponents each of the next 2 weeks, including next week against the Corn Dogs. This is low for a ball in the count 1-0.
And that's why we talked about earlier in the broadcast how important it is to have depth at pitching, because you have stuff like that happen. Players get shut down. Players get hurt. It's just important to have multiple arms you can rely on in different situations, guys that can start games, that can close out games, that can be used in long relief roles. It's just important to have those options.
1-0 low for a ball, 2 balls, and no strikes on Gino Gazzillo. Again, Lolito, second year with the Oilmen. Had a very solid year a year ago. It was kind of a 1B behind Jack Guzik at the front end of the Oilman rotation. Both of them striking out a ton of batters over the course of the season. We're both among the league leaders in strikeouts. Lolito had the masterpiece in his start before yesterday. The 2-0 is swung on and ripped foul, earning him Northern League Pitcher of the Week for the about a week and a half ago. 2 balls and a strike here on Gazzillo. Good crowd here at the ballpark tonight, as we've talked about. Oilmen putting on a good show as well. They lead it by a 7-0 score. Oilmen lead the all-time series with the Giants 7-2 in 9 meetings. Of course, the Giants joined the league a year ago prior to last season. The 2-1 outside ball, 3-3-1. Interesting, the Oilmen lost the first meeting with the Giants last year and then wrapped off 6 straight victories. And then, let's count 3-1 with 1 out here on Gazzillo. And then this year they lose the first meeting as well, and we'll see if it leads to a winning streak in the head-to-head series. The 3-1 swing and a drive to right that's going to get down for a base hit. Horn to third, and he's going to get the stop sign from Dre Gilmore. Everybody moves up 90 feet on a sharp single to right by Gazzillo. Base is full with 1 away.
That's where that error really comes back to hurt the Oilmen, as the runner that reached base off of that is now on third base. Base is loaded. You're still looking for 2 outs here. So the Oilmen just need to try to turn another double play, or just Burdak has to focus on the batter at the plate here, get that second out. But that error now has put them in a tougher situation.
Ryan Nelson is going to bat next. Base is full of Giants. Nelson hitting a $154. He flew out to left his first time. Chicago trying to get on the board. Swing and a miss, and the count 0-1. Oilmen are going to visit these Giants over 4th of July weekend, next weekend. Oilmen, a lot of home games coming up. Road game Monday, but that's sandwiched around a ton of home games. Here's the 0-1. Check swing, and this is outside for a ball. Count evens at 1 ball and 1 strike. Oilmen are home not only tonight, tomorrow, and Saturday, but next week, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. And also Friday. 4 straight at home next week. 7 home games within the next week and a half. Here's the 1-1. Taken for a strike, and it's 1-2.
That's big for the Oilmen, as we see they just, in previous years, just tend to play so well at home, playing in front of their home fans, playing in their beautiful ballpark. It can really help them try to string some more wins together, get further and further above 500 with a big home stretch coming up.
1 ball and 2 strikes. Bases loaded, 1 out. We are in inning number 4. Here comes the 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Out on strikes is Nelson for the second out of the 4th inning.
Nelson goes down swinging there, and for Burdak on the mound, he had 3 straight base runners, but they've been bookended by strikeouts, and now he's in a spot where he's 1 out away from getting out of this inning, trying to lead the maximum here.
3rd strikeout of the day for Burdak. Timely strikeout with the bases full to record the second out of the inning. He has struck out 2 in this frame. Inning should be over, but extended by the dropped fly ball on the infield. Here's a breaking ball strike, and it's 0-1.
Good movement on that curveball, too, just dropping high and then to the perfect spot at the top of the zone. Burdak still looks good here in the 4th inning.
No balls and 1 strike on Cummins. And this just misses outside the count evens. Burdak again headed to Iowa Central this coming year. He's impressed us so far in a small sample size. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. This is inside for a ball, 2-1.
Yeah, sometimes you see the high school players, they look overwhelmed playing against college players, but Burdak might be one of those cases where there's that false confidence where you don't realize that you're playing against players much older. You're just doing what works for you, and it just is working, and he just seems so good up there.
Here's a 2-1, swinging a foul in the count, 2-2, and that's where false confidence just becomes confidence when you're out there dealing.
Maybe false confidence was the word, but a lack of thought about it, where you just go out there, you're playing baseball. There's not too much to think about, and you just let your pitching do the work for itself.
Sure. 2-2. Burdak trying to strike out all 3 outs in this inning. Here comes the 2-2 pitch. It's swung on and lifted in the air, shallow center. Baker racing in, he slides for it, and he makes a great catch. Baker makes the catch to rob a base hit from Cummins and keep the Giants off the board. No runs, 2 hits, an error, and 3 left. After 3.5, Oilmen 7, Giants nothing on the Northwest Indiana Oilmen Broadcasting Network.
Beach is just too hot. I mean, God, look at it. It's making the sand burn, the mouth dry, the skin cry. I mean, everything's just... Oh, there's Coors Light. Well-mouthed desert, meet ice-cold beer. Mountain cold refreshment. That's chill.
Who is the IBEW? We're the people who bring the power to your home. The ones who make sure your phone calls and internet keep speeding along. We build things like schools and hospitals. We bring the biggest shows and sporting events to the world. Keep America's railroads on the right track. Help cities, states, and the federal government work for you. And we proudly build products made in the USA. The International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, the IBEW.
You didn't do anything wrong. You just didn't know Miller Lite has more taste and only 1 more calorie than Michelob Ultra. Now, you do.
Back here at Oil City Stadium as we take it to the bottom of the 4th inning. 7-0 in favor for the Oilmen. Leo, nice catch by Chris Baker to end the last half inning.
Chris Baker just is so solid defensively out there in center field, where we've almost gotten used to him making plays like that, where he had to charge in, cover a lot of ground, and just make that sliding grab. He's just been so reliable both offensively and defensively for the Oilmen. They kind of go as he goes, as he's been very capable of setting the tone for them all season. And he's been getting it done tonight, reaching base 3 times and then making that highlight reel grab out there in center field.
How about the Oilmen offense, Leo? Not only 8 hits, but 5 of the 8 have gone for extra bases.
And that's something we're starting to see as of late, where they're able to barrel up the ball some more. We saw in Monday's loss, they only had 4 hits, but 2 of those were for extra bases. Then yesterday, they were swinging the bat really well. So they've just been starting to find their stride here and just get some good rips on the ball, especially tonight where the ball's traveling really well. They're putting it in the good spots.
Jason Hodges will lead off this 4th inning. Again, looking forward to continuing the homestand the next couple nights. Tickets available on NWIOilmen.com, but if not, you can join us right here on the Oilman Broadcasting Network. The Vikings are going to be at Oil City Stadium for the first time this season tomorrow night. First pitch here is a strike. Kevin and I will have it for you as the broadcast will begin at 7 and the game at 7:10. Leo will be with us as well. Here's the 0-1, taken for a strike, and the count 1-1.
The Oilmen will be looking for a bounce back in that one after they had a tough day against the Vikings on Monday at Dowling Park, falling 2-0.
No balls and 2 strikes. What a difference a day makes as the Oilmen turning it around. This is low for a ball yesterday with the doubleheader sweep. After they had lost on Monday and they've been kind of up and down. They were below 500 and they sweep that doubleheader, get up to 11-10. And there just seemed to be a lot of optimism when I was in the Oilman dugout earlier today. This is swung on and fouled. I think one big thing that was stressed on Monday after that loss at Southland by that 2-0 score is that the Oilmen didn't swing enough until they got to 2 strikes. And they need to be more comfortable hitting breaking balls early in counts is what Adam Enright talked to me about. Here comes the 1-2. This is taken for a ball on the count 2-2. He felt like kind of the secret was out across the league how to pitch to them. But offensively, they seem to start to be making some adjustments.
And by the second game of that doubleheader, they just looked like a very confident team. Morale seemed to be so high that the Oilmen just were able to string together 2 wins, kind of boost their season with that big swing against the Generals yesterday.
Strike 3 call as Hodges is out on strikes. And I think one thing Adam mentioned to you yesterday was that it was a little more comfortable when you've got a guy like Matt Lolito on the mound.
And that certainly helps, too, is knowing that he's going to go do his best to put zeros on the board up there. So you can take chances at the plate. You can take chances on the base paths because you know he's giving your offense a chance to go up there with a low score.
7-0 the score here. Is the Oilmen. This is high for a ball. There have not been a lot of games that are not tight here at Oil City Stadium, but the Oilmen so far have kind of cruised, and we're in the 4th inning, still a long way to go. Nowicki still on, the left-hander for the Giants. He came on in relief of Pearl, who lasted just an inning and a third. This is outside 2-0 on Zebig.
And I think that's something the Oilmen probably still have in the back of their mind, so that they just played so many close games here, so you want to keep putting runs on the board here to avoid having to play the bottom of the 9th this evening.
Here's the 2-0. Swinging a slow grounder to the right side. Hondras comes in. He fields it and throws to first in time, and that is out number 2. 2 up, 2 down for the Oilmen to begin the 4th, and Colin Horniman will stand in next.
Seen Nowicki start to get a quick rhythm up here on the mound in the 4th inning. He's trying to put up the first 0 on the board for the American Giant pitching staff. We'll see what Colin Horniman has to say about that, as he's made a fly out to right field last time, walked in the 1st inning, but he's taken 2 pretty solid at-bats so far.
7-0 Oilmen, 7 runs, 8 hits, 5 of them going for extra bases. 2 outs and the bases clear here. Also in the first 3 innings, Oilmen on the bases putting pressure on the Giants' defense with some aggressive base running.
We really saw Kyle Tyler and Tyler Fawn McCannon were able to work that, both of them getting their way on base and then moving once they got on, set up for shorter pieces of contact that resulted in them coming across the plate.
1 ball and no strikes as the first pitch misses the zone. Giants looking for their smoothest. I did not enunciate correctly. This is taken for ball 2, 2 balls and no strikes. Their most smooth inning of the day from a pitching standpoint. They're trying to work a 1-2-3.
That would be a big boost for them, too, just being able to get those quick 3 outs, get their bats, and try to find something working against Burdak as he's probably near the end of his night.
Here's a 2-0, swing and a miss. And again, you were here when the Giants made a big rally against the Oilmen last week.
And those all came near the end of the game. They put up 2 runs in the 7th inning, then 4 in the 8th, and that really seemed to take a lot of wind out of the sails of the Oilmen as they put up a 0 in the 8th inning and then had to leave it all for the bottom of the 9th. So they're trying to avoid something like that because the American Giants just changed it all in the blink of an eye in that game.
3 balls and 1 strike now on Horniman, trying to work a 2-out walk perhaps or find a way on base. Here's the set from the lefty Nowicki, and he's into his motion for the 3-1. This is low and outside for ball 4. And it is a 2-out walk. Horniman draws his second base on balls of the day, and that'll bring up Clark.
Harmon's just able to work his second walk of the evening. That's something, if maybe he's not able to drive the ball as much as he wants to early on here, at least he's still able to find ways to get on base, and 2 walks will help out his cause.
And Adam Oppenheim, by the way, is going to be with me on Saturday as the Oilmen take on the Generals as we continue our look at the week ahead. And the Oilmen at the Vikings on Monday and home against the Vikings on Tuesday. So a lot of matchups with Southland coming up after the Oilmen had not seen them until this past Monday. This is swung on and cracked on a line to first. This is caught by the first baseman Horn. Clark is retired on the hot smash to first, and that's the way the inning ends. No runs, no hits, 1 left for the Oilmen in the 4th. We played for. Leo will have it for you when we come back. Oilmen 7, Giants nothing on the Northwest Indiana Oilmen Broadcasting Network.
You hire certified electrician contractors, you're getting the best. But just as important as our skill and expertise is our culture of safety. We know it's important to you, and we know it's important to them. Certified Electrician represents the NICA IBEW team, a team where safety and productivity go hand in hand. It's why our jobs finish on time and on budget. It's why owners that use us are repeat customers. Certified Electrician, working together, powering Northwest Indiana.
Wait! Let me help! Lando Frost! Premium meat! Delicious! And no byproducts!
Toss it in.
Et moi?
Okay.
Oui!
Make a smart choice. Land of Frost Premium Meat.
Yes!
When it comes to Sunday, choose the right couch. Here's to the original light beer. It's Miller time.
Back here at Oil City Stadium, where Caleb Deal enters the game on the mound for the Oilmen. They will go to their bullpen here, so the night will be over for C.J. Burdak. A really solid start for him, and that brings Caleb Deal back to the mound. We saw him last night put up a solid inning of scoreless ball, allowing just 1 hit to close out Game 1 of that doubleheader yesterday for the Oilmen. Now he's working for the second time in as many days. Deal on the season, no decisions on the year so far, an ERA of 7.56 in 6 appearances, 8.1 in 8 1/3 innings on the mound, 3 strikeouts to 8 walks, 9 hits. Really, a bulk of those runs came in 1 performance against the Corn Dogs. In his last 3 appearances, he's only allowed 1 run after that game against Lake County. So he'll be doing the throwing here against the American Giants. It'll be Bullock, Hondras, and Williams, the 1-2-3 for the visitors. Steele gets his final warm-up, tosses in.
Really impressed by the start for Burdak today, Leo. We talked about it over the course of the ball game, but 4 innings, 4 hits, shutout ball, 3 walks, 3 strikeouts. Limited a little bit on pitch count because the Oilmen are just stretching him out at this point. And the Giants did have some good battles against him to work up that pitch count early in the game, so you do give them credit for that. But he was able to put up all zeros across the scoreboard, really did his job, and it helped him feel more comfortable. I'm sure that the Oilmen offense did its job early in the game. But really pleased with the start for C.J. Burdak.
Especially being a young pitcher, going 4 innings, did about all you could ask for him to do, just working well in there. And we saw the American Giants take some long at-bats against him early, and that didn't rough him up. He was able to overcome that and stay in here, letting them go to the bullpen now in the 5th inning. So we'll see what Deal has to work with, as he kept his arm fresh yesterday. As Bullock chops this over to shortstop, where Ziebig's going to handle it, throw over to first base in time for the first out of this inning. So 1 pitch, 1 out for Caleb Deal.
That's always efficient when you come out of the bullpen. The first pitch you throw turns into an out. Ziebig's been pretty solid for the Oilmen, not only offensively but with the glove, and he made that play solidly, and it turns into a quick out.
Sometimes, you do want to feel out a relief pitcher, but I guess Bullock just saw a pitch he liked there and sent it over to Ziebig, as he wasn't able to maybe rip it as hard as he wanted to. So that brings Hondras to the game so far. So now he takes a first pitch strike from Deal. He walked his first time up and invoked the infield fly rule his second time back in the 3rd inning. So he finds himself down 0-1 to the Oilman right-hander. So he fires this towards the plate, a little bit of sidearm delivery, skips that in near the top of the plate for ball 1.
Yeah, a few Oilman pitchers have kind of that sidearm motion.
It's something that throws batters off a little bit. You don't see the ball coming out at the same height. As the count's 1-1 at the plate. So here it is, the kick and then the sidearm toss. This one's put in the air, shallow infield for for the first base. That would be Cosenza over there making the play for the second out of the inning.
How about two efficient outs? Pitching to contact, Deal coming, as we mentioned, coming into the game. He has that arm slot that makes it a little difficult to pick up the ball, and two very routine outs with the ball not leaving the infield. Just like that, you have a chance to work a very quick fifth inning.
And not very many pitches against the 2 and the 3 hitters from the American Giants, so two of their players slotted where you put your better hitters, and he hasn't had too much trouble yet. And Deal had a similar spot yesterday where he just came in against the top part of the order for the Generals and just was able to shut them down with one hit over 3 or 4 batters faced. Now his first pitch, that will go inside. It looks like it clips Williams on the thigh there, so that'll put him on base.
Those plays are always difficult, I think, as an umpire. This one, it was pretty clear that he didn't swing, but there's a lot going on. The bat's starting to move. He was kind of checking his swing, and then is the ball hitting the bat? Is it hitting his hand? Is it hitting his wrist? Is he fouling it? Did he go all the way around? Did he get hit and swing? So those calls can be a little difficult on the umpire. In that case, obviously the right call is he was hit by a pitch, and he did hold up.
That one looked like it just came on a little too far inside. As Deal now looks over at the runner on first base, bringing Gabe Cortez to the box here. The right-handed batting Cortez facing the right-hander, Deal. He launches this one towards the plate. Low for a ball. Deal was another pitcher that Adam Enright was extremely complimentary of yesterday. You know, sometimes coming in for the final inning of a game where Matt Alito starts, that next pitcher gets overshadowed a little bit, but he still did very good work yesterday, and his manager had noticed, and now he's using him 2 days in a row. So he gets ready for the 1-0 pitch, throws over to first instead. Williams gets back in time.
Yeah, that can be important to build up as the summer goes along, the ability to go back-to-back days if needed. Sometimes you'll have to do that during your college season. That's an important skill. How are you going to respond when you're thrown in there 2 days in a row?
Sometimes when you're playing long stretches, as Deal throws this in for a strike, when you play long stretches, the bullpen gets a little thin when you have to use 3-4 pitchers on the first day of a stretch of games. So by the time you get to the back end of it, you might only have 2 pitchers out of the bullpen, so you have to go back-to-back days. And Deal now gets some practice with that here as the count's 1-1. 2 away here in the top of the 5th inning. And one just low for a ball. Giving Cortez the upper hand here. 2 balls and a strike.
Some players are better with that than others. Turning around and pitching the next day without a day off. That can be a challenge if you're not used to it.
Cortez in the box here. Flew out to center field in the 2nd inning and struck out swinging in the 4th inning. Now gets his 3rd at bat here. This one is sent over to third base, or to shortstop. Ziebig gets a hand on it, throws it up. That one not going to be a throw contested. That will result in a hit for Cortez with 2 outs, advances Williams to second base.
Yeah, Williams was in motion with this pitch, so there was no chance to get the out the short way because he was running with that pitch. And the ground ball was deep in the hole at short. Tough play for Ziebig. It'll go as an infield single for Cortez, as it would have been a great play if he makes it there, and instead the inning continues.
Brings Drew Horn, the American Giants first baseman, in the box here with 2 men on and 2 outs. So Deal trying to minimize the threat here, just get that last out and leave these base runners stranded as now time is called at the plate. And we've seen that a few times where Chicago's been able to threaten, put runners on late in these innings, but not able to get them across the plate. Deal's hoping to help make that remain the case here. As it's Williams on second base, Cortez on first, Warren the batter at the plate. The throw from Deal. This one sent over to Famakanen at third. He's running, throws sidearm in time for the 3rd out of the inning. So despite back-to-back base runners, the Oilmen are able to eliminate that threat and get the ground out. The score remains Oilmen 7, American Giants 0. Northwest Indiana will get their next at-bats on the Northwest Indiana Oilmen Broadcasting Network.
I've never seen ads on top of the roof where it's helping the community.
This place teaches you to be genuine, to be the same person today as you were yesterday. People from Indiana, they're pretty comfortable with who they are. And you know, I think that puts the people around them at ease to be comfortable with who they are.
The values that built Indiana are here in Strachan Van Til. We're Indiana's grocery store, and we're proud to be Indiana made.
These days, it's recommended that you keep your social circle small. Of course, as the original light beer, we've always recommended that. It's Miller time.
Back here at Oil City Stadium, where R.J. Nowicki remains on the mound for the American Giants. He's been able to stop some of the bleeding for the pitching staff as he's thrown 2 2/3, allowing 3 hits, 1 run, and striking out 3 while walking just 2, being able to cool off the Oilman offense just a little bit. They still lead 7-0 in this game.
Yeah, no doubt. It's been a great performance from the Oilman offense, and as we talked about, they've had a strong showing in terms of base running as well. And now the lineup cards are going to come out here, and the Giants are making some sort of change, so we'll try to sort that out as best we can. But the Oilman offense, 5 extra base hits out of their 8 hits, as we talked about. It's really been a productive day. 2 crooked numbers right away, and they've taken early command here of this one.
They're hoping to put more crooked numbers on the board, as it'll be Cosenza, Tyler, and Famacanon, the 6-7 or the 7-8-9 hitters for the Oilmen. Cosenza, playing first base tonight, but he plays both sides of the corner infield. As he gets ready for the first pitch from Nowicki, that one skips outside for ball 1. He has a pair of flyouts to right field to show for his performance tonight. Looking for his first base hit. This counts 1-0 at the plate. He lines this one to shallow right field, and that'll be caught by Hondras as he was running back on it. So that looked like it was going to maybe travel a little further, but that one just went right in the glove of the American Giants second baseman. The first out of this inning. Bring Kyle Tyler to the box here. He has a pair of 2-baggers so far this evening. He's been putting some good contact on the ball. The first one, he was able to extend to that double, chasing it out, and then the second one was a no-doubt double. So he gets set to face Nowicki, his 3rd at-bat of the game. He fouls this one away on the left field side of the diamond. Count goes to 0-1.
George Naha has come in to play shortstop, we understand. Not sure if there are any further changes, but David Bork is going to let us know.
Pitch inside for a ball to Tyler. We see the American Giants making a substitution in the infield. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out here. Nobody on for the Oilmen here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Both teams have gone to their bullpens. Nowicki for the American Giants and Deal for the Oilmen, as that pitch from the left-hander Nowicki is high for a ball, making it a 2-1 count.
Kyle Tyler has been fun to watch tonight. The hustle double and then the muscled double to the wall and left, and a pair of extra base hits.
As that pitch, again, misses for a ball, makes it 3-1, and some speed on the base paths too. I can see him being a player that is fun to watch, maybe more of a complimentary role, but you put him where spots where Baker or Marshall or other players can drive him in, he's going to be somebody that really helps them late in the season.
Yeah, no doubt. A great, exciting addition as a young guy.
3-1 pitch, swing and a miss for strike 2. We just talk so much about depth, and it helps having guys like Kyle Tyler come in about 20 games into the season here and give them that little extra boost, as now the team's still taking full form. The payoff pitch here, high for ball 4. That'll be a 1-out walk for Tyler, so he makes his way on base for the 3rd time this evening.
As a guy who seems to have pretty good speed, you don't want to give him a free pass, as he has a chance to maybe do some damage on the base paths now as well.
Especially as he was able to lay off some pitches high in the zone, didn't go chasing for a younger hitter. That was good to see. And we've seen that he's been able to be a threat to move. Anytime he's on base, he has speed and is not afraid to use it. As Tyler Famacanon is in the box here. He singled his first time up, drove in a run, came around and scored eventually. As Nowicki throws over to first base, Tyler gets back with plenty of time.
One development that he's really made, talking about Kyle Tyler, is that he's put on 25 to 30 pounds within the recent stretch here leading into his senior season of high school.
That pitch to Famacanon misses for a ball, and that can really help drive the ball as well. You can have the form of the swing down, but then sometimes you need that extra muscle to be able to really put that ball to places you want it. So
strength has been a focus for him, and it's paid dividends.
It's good to do before you get to college, too. Gives him that threat of being a true freshman force for Valparaiso as that one inside for strike one.
He's getting a good lead here, too, and staring right at him is the left-hander on the mound, Nowicki, and no pickoff throw being made there a moment ago with a pretty sizable lead.
Nowicki will throw towards the plate this time, outside for a ball, making it 2-1. And we do see Tyler getting pretty big off. We'll have to imagine he'd be off to the races soon. He's just waiting for the right read off of Nowicki. The count's 2-1 at the plate. Nowicki throws towards the plate here. Famaken sends his back foul. Actually just missed our press box here at home plate. Rarely do we see one get over the screen and then come towards the press box, but it did that there. This count goes to 2-2.
It's close. Close call, Leo. We depend on you up here if any ball tries to take out our equipment.
No, that's a mistake. I would have just hid behind David Bork.
He's a former East Chicago Cardinal baseball player.
And that's why. That's the 2-2 pitch from Nowicki. This one again fouled away. Famaken really working the count here, being a tough out to get.
I believe he once gave up a home run to former Oilman Enrique Zamora.
It's a former Oilman legend, if I recall, too.
Not sure if that story is accurate or not, but it rings a bell. Something related to that it's close to true.
2-2 pitch. Outside. Wasn't Zamora a pitcher, too? He previously had the strikeout record before Guzik got to it.
Yeah, he was just a pitcher at the college level, but obviously in high school,
right.
The majority of the time the pitchers also hit. Not always.
Full count here. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Payoff pitch from Nowicki. That's ball 4. So he walks back-to-back batters, bringing Chris Baker and the top of the order up here with 1 out and 2 men on. I'll bring Dre Gilmore to the mound here to talk to his left-hander. This probably isn't the batter you want to see with 2 men on here. Is he going for a pitching change?
Yeah, Dre making his way to the mound. He handles all the mound visits, be it pitching changes or just talking things over. We are there going to make a change here. So new pitcher coming in, and Leo will step out. We'll come back, and you'll continue the call of this 5th inning after this. It's the Oilmen 7 and the Giants nothing. We'll be back to tell you about the new Giant pitcher in a moment on the Northwest Indiana Oilmen Broadcasting Network.
You hire certified electrician contractors, you're getting the best. But just as important as our skill and expertise is our culture of safety. We know it's important to you, and we know it's important to them. Certified Electrician represents the NECA IBEW team, a team where safety and productivity go hand in hand. It's why our jobs finish on time and on budget. It's why owners that use us are repeat customers. Certified Electrician, working together, powering Northwest Indiana.
Wait! Let me help! Land of Frost! Premium meat! Delicious! And no byproducts!
Toss it in.
Et moi?
Okay.
Whee!
Make the smart choice. Land of Frost Premium Meat.
Yes!
When it comes to Sunday, choose the right couch. Here's to the original light beer. It's Miller time.
We're back here in the bottom of the 5th inning, still 1 away. Avery Fabian comes into the game for the American Giants. He is trying to get some outs quick for Chicago as they have 2 men on, or the Oilmen have 2 men on base. Back-to-back walks, end of the day for Nowicki, and that brings Chris Baker in the top of the order up in a big spot. Baker has reached base all 3 times he's up. He tripled in the 1st inning, singled and drove in a run in the 2nd, and then singled and drove in a run in the 3rd. So he is a threat here, looking for his 4th hit of the ballgame.
Yeah, for Nowicki, it was 3 innings. He allows 3 hits, 1 run so far. He's still responsible for the 2 runners on base in this spot. He walks 4 and strikes out 3. I thought he did a nice job coming in after Pearl was shaky for an inning and a 3rd, and he calmed things down for the most part. But now a tough spot here as Fabian comes in, and as you mentioned, runners at 1st and 2nd. The Oilmen would like to really break this thing open.
It's a big spot for Baker. As we see Tyler getting off to a lead on 2nd, Famaken at 1st. First pitch, in for a strike on the inside part of the plate. This will be Drew Westland in the game for the American Giants. We received correction there. So the right-hander has the 0-1 count to Baker. Just misses there for ball one, evens the count at 1. Nowicki really did a good job of stopping some of the damage for the American Giants. Prevented this one from getting even more lopsided and giving them a fighting chance up there. As Westland looks over second, throws towards the plate. Baker fouls this one back towards the screen. Makes the count 1 and 2. One ball, 2 strikes, 1 out here. Oilmen threatening here. They lead 7-0 in the bottom of the 5th. Baker with the tall stance, wiggles the bat around his shoulder. Gets ready for this delivery, and time is called. Baker has elevated his on-base streak to 11 with those 3 hits tonight. He's just been on a tear as of late. Good streak for him going. Just a fixture at the top of the lineup for the Oilmen. And now Westland's 1-2 pitch. This one taken for a ride out to right field. That drops ahead of Williams. So the base runners were all advanced 90 feet. Tyler and Famakannon had to wait at their bases to see if that would be caught to avoid the threat of having to tag up. So that'll be a single that advances the runners for Baker. So now the bases are loaded for the Oilmen with Dom Curcio coming to the box here. Curcio has walked and struck out in 3 plate appearances for the Oilmen tonight. He comes to the box with the bases juiced. Kyle Tyler on third base, Tyler Famakannon on second, and Chris Baker on first. First pitch to the Oilman right fielder. This one's sent right back up to the mound. Charging in on that is Naha. He throws to first, and that skips in there in time, so that'll be a fielder's choice that scores a run. So now the Oilmen make it an 8-0 game as Tyler scampered across the plate there.
Yeah, just an RBI ground out off the bat of Curcio, so give him a run batted in, his 6th of the season, and Jason Hodges will come up and try to further this lead as Tyler able to come in and score. The nice job by Horn, the first baseman, to scoop the low throw, as that could have really been a nightmare for the Giants had that ball skipped away, but the Oilmen will take the 1 run and add to the lead.
And that wasn't the deepest roller off the bat of Curcio, so Naha had to race in and throw that pretty quickly as that's in for a strike to Hodges. And so maybe he didn't have the best footwork over there as he had to throw it skipping in, and Horn was able to handle that as it counts 0-1 at the plate to Hodges, who's handling the designated hitter duties tonight. Time is called here. He steps out of the box. Hodges picked up a double in the 2nd inning, drove in a run in the 1st in that play where the American Giants couldn't turn 2, but were able to get Baker out at first base, or Hodges out at first base. That one is very high and will make it a 1-1 count.
May have slipped out of the hand of Westland, Drew Westland, the pitcher for the Giants, and able to duck out of the way if it was Hodges.
Yeah, Westland really missed his spot there. So that resulted in a ball basically curving behind Hodges there in the batter's box. So he's able to duck it. So now the 1-1 pitch. Runners on 2nd and 3rd for the Oilmen. Swing and a miss for strike 2 there. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Westland now is 1 strike away from getting out of this jam. With only 1 run allowed in the inning, that could be big for the American Giants, just limiting the Oilmen. Not completely holding them scoreless, but holding them to 1 run still gives them a little bit of a chance in this ball game. So the Oilmen are approaching 10 hits, 9 on the evening. This one's outside, evens the count at 2. 8 runs on 9 hits for the Oilmen. No runs on 5 hits for the American Giants. Each team has a solo error. So now Westland gets ready to face Hodges here. The breakthrough pitch. This one's put in the air, shallow center field. Moving in on it is Bullock. Instead it'll be Hondras making the catch out there. So that will eliminate the threat for the Oilmen. They score 1, but leave 2 on to make the score 8-0. We'll be back with more coming up next on the Northwest Indiana Oilmen Broadcasting Network.
beach is just too hot. I mean, God, look at it. It's making the sand burn, the mouth dry, the skin cry. I mean, everything's just... Oh, there's Coors Light. Well, mouth desert, meet ice cold beer. Mountain cold refreshment. That's chill.
Who is the IBEW? We're the people who bring the power to your home, the ones who make sure your phone calls and internet keep speeding along. We build things like schools and hospitals. We bring the biggest shows and sporting events to the world, keep America's railroads on the right track, help cities, states, and the federal government work for you. And we proudly build products made in the USA. The International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, the IBEW.
You didn't do anything wrong. You just didn't know Miller Lite has more taste and only one more calorie than Michelob Ultra. Now, you do.
Back at Oil City Stadium with Leo Staudaher. Brenna Vickery back with you. David Bork, as always, is with us as well. Alex Wada is working alongside tonight, producing the ball game for us. And Ben Slack, as always, here at Oil City Stadium. As we move along to inning number 6, it's 8-0 in favor of the Oilmen. 7, 8, and 9 due up for the American Giants in this 6th inning, as the Oilmen again have themselves a 8-0 lead. They tack on with a single run in the bottom of that 5th inning, as Leo described it for you a moment ago. It'll be Deal back out to work another inning as he completes his final warm-up tosses before this 6th frame gets underway.
Deal worked his way out of some damage in the top of the 5th inning. He's hoping for a cleaner 6th inning to just try to motor his way through this game, continue to put zeros on the board for the Oilmen.
It'll be, again, the lower third of the batting order here for the Giants. But this date in Oilman history, back in 2014, it was 8 years ago today that the Oilmen beat the Southland Vikings by a score of 3-2. A lot of good close battles over the years with the Vikes, and a lot of games with those Vikings coming up this week, and that includes tomorrow night and also Monday on the road and Tuesday at home next week, so we look forward to those. And look out, this is inside for ball 1. Backing away from it is Gazda, who has grounded into a fielder's choice and singled. He's 1 for 2. But on this date in 2014, Danny Poberico was the winning pitcher, and Matt Poberico nailed down the save. Here's the 1-0, grounded foul. It's 1-1. That was Matt's 8th save of the year, and Danny picked up the victory. It was the first time ever that Danny, the younger brother, had got the win, and Matt, the older brother, nailed down the save.
It's one of those pretty cool things, as there have been a lot of brother combos playing for the Oilmen. That one there, the all-time saves leader, helping out his brother get the win there too.
Here's the 1-1. This is swung on and fouled. It was just foul down the right field line. Count 1-2 on Gazda. But yeah, the 8th save already, and it was June the 23rd on this date in 2014. 8th save of the season. He eventually saved 13 that year and had 5 previously, 18 for his career. It was 18 out of 19 in career save chances. And that's a huge number here for the summer season. Here's the 1-2, swing and a miss. Out on strikes is Gazda, and that's the first out of the 6th inning. Nice job by Deal here as he strikes out Gazda. The Oilmen, today they have 11 wins coming into play today, so you're talking about if you're a team that's around 500 at this point in the schedule, there'd only be 11 wins total. Then you factor out that some of them are going to be more than 3-run games where there's no save chance, and then the fact that you can't pitch every single day. Very impressive to save a total of 13 games in that season, and 8 as of this date in 2014. It was a pitch high and outside for ball 1.
Especially just the fact that not every pitcher is available in every game, that the fact that he was always that he was there on those days, that they were close enough to be a save, and he was able to execute there too. That only one missed opportunity. It just speaks about how dominant he was.
1 ball, no strikes on Gazilla. We used to take vans to some of the games as a team. This is high and outside for a ball, 2 balls and no strikes. And Adam Enright was an assistant coach at that time, now the Oilman manager, but he and Matt Poperico were fairly close and still are. And, Matt many times would have the shotgun seat next to Adam. David Bork and I were on many of those van rides, especially to places like Lexington. Here's the 2-0. This is outside for a ball, 2-1, or 3-0.
Did they put you guys in the far back with all the equipment and stuff? Maybe did you get a seat?
Yes, but once that was in 2014. Once we went through the years, and once Poberico left, then I had several years of being promoted to shotgun. 3 balls and no strikes. Here's a pitch low and outside for a ball, and that's ball 4, a 4-pitch walk.
So Deal follows up the strikeout there with a 4-pitch walk. Just couldn't quite seem to find the zone there. See if he can bounce back there as he struggled with his command early in that at bat against Gazda, but was able then to lock it down, get that strikeout. So now he just needs to find the zone again here against Nelson or Naha.
And Naha has come on as a defensive replacement, and he's going to bat for the first time today. 8-0 Oilmen here in the 6th. With 1 away, here comes the first pitch. Low for a ball, 1 ball, and no strikes. I went back and read my story from this date in 2014. This is the one game that I really wanted to feature on the On This Date segment. 1-0 on Naha here. And Danny told me after the game that day, here's the 1-0 outside for a ball, 2-0. He said it's getting to the point where when he's in, it's over.
Almost automatic out there. You talk about the brother combo. There have been a lot where it's been in other seasons like the Napletons, but how many times have there been brothers playing for the Oilmen in the same season, or that come to mind for you?
Yeah, that's a good question. 2 balls and no strikes here on Naha. And the 2-0 taken for a strike. Alex Nissel played several years with the Oilmen. I think for part of the 2017 season, Ben Nissel played, and he ended up becoming, I think, an All-American at Purdue. And his older brother Alex, who played several years with the Oilmen, was a Division II ball player, I believe, at St. Joseph's. I think they were on the team at the same time, but it wasn't the full season. 2 balls and a strike on Naha. And then, of course, the Pobericos in the 2014 season. Matt was also on the team in 2013. Here's the 2-1, swinging a tap back to the mound. This is fielded by Deal. His throw to first is wild. It's an error, and safe at first is Naha, and the runner is going to move up to second and third. Now holding at third base with a big turnaround third is Gazillo. This is E1 all the way. It's an error, and the runners are at second and third with 1 away.
That was what the Oilmen could not afford there, as that looked to be a relatively routine play, and Deal just missed the mark there. That one really hurts. As now, instead of having 2 outs and a runner on, you have 1 out and 2 runners in scoring position. You don't want to let the American Giants back in, and errors could be one way to do that.
8-0 the score, 1 out, runners at second and third. I remember in 2014 when we were going to the 9th inning, there was something very exciting about Matt Poberico, who is still pitching professionally, by the way. He came back in 2020 during the COVID year as a pitching coach for the Oilmen. He's had great success in winter ball. Here comes the pitch taken inside. Did it clip him? And Todd Elias says yes, it clipped him. Jordan Cummings did not seem to really be sure that this got a piece of him, but Todd Elias says take your base. And now the bases are full of Giants with 1 out here in the 6th.
This is perhaps the biggest spot of the night for the American Giants here, as they have the bases loaded. They don't want to squander it. They want to make sure they can at least get something started here. You're trailing by 8. This is those opportunities you need to maximize if you want to have any chance to get back in this game.
But Poberico was the pitching coach in 2015, then left, was playing professionally, came back as a pitching coach for Chris Cunningham in 2020, and now is back to his playing career with minor league ball resumed. Here comes the first pitch, swinging a line drive. Is going to be a base hit. The Giants are on the board. In to score Gazillo. Here comes Naha. He's going to try to score. Here comes the throw from Baker. The tag. And now the ball squirts away. He's safe at the plate. The tag squirted, or the ball squirted away after Horniman couldn't apply the tag. This was a great throw from Baker in left center field. And it's going to go for naught as a 2-run score. Give Bullock 2 RBIs. He gets a single. He goes to second on the throw. Cummins ends up at third on the play. Gazillo and Naha come in and score, and it's 8-2.
That was a close play at the plate. Chris Baker made a great throw to give his team a chance, and that was one where Colin Horniman was maybe a few steps in front of the plate. It would have been interesting to see what the call would that have been, as he was kind of obstructing the play, so there's a slight collision. That's where the ball came loose. So even if the ball didn't come loose, I would have thought there might have been some kind of argument there.
Yeah, he was blocking the plate. You're right. And I'm not sure if he had the ball yet when he started blocking. And now Hondras sends this one to right. This is a base hit. 1 run in. Around third, Bullock. Here comes the throw from right. It goes to second base. The play at second base, and he's out at second. And that's the second out of the inning. Coming in to score is Bullock. 2-run score. It's a 2-run single for Hondras. He's out 9 to 6 at second base for the second out of the inning after his 2-run single. That's his first hit of the ball game, and now the Giants have scored 4 times in the 6th. 2 outs and the base is clear. It's 8-4 Oilmen.
Just like that, the Giants have quickly cut this deficit in half. That was big for the Oilmen to at least get 1 out on that play. Get Hondras out at second, eliminate part of the threat, and now Deal can just focus on the batter at the plate.
Williams cracks this one. This is going to get past Famacanon, a base hit into left. It took a tricky hop on Famacanon, a hot smash off the bat of Williams. This goes as a single, and the inning continues for Cortez.
I'd say we've been giving the American Giants their fair share of credit this game, saying that even though they're 3-13, they aren't a team you can take lightly, and now they're showing why. Just being able to string together lots of hits, put up 4 runs in just 1 inning here in the later part of this ball game, making it a little closer than it seemed like just a few minutes ago.
Now it's Gabe Cortez, the 8th man to bat in this inning. We talked about, as you mentioned, Leo, the opportunity that there could be a comeback because this is a team that won't go away. We saw him come from behind in the late innings against the Oilmen bullpen. The last time out, great start by Burdak, but now against Deal here, the Giants are on the comeback trail.
And they're not going down easy here. As that was just a good hit on the first pitch he saw from Deal by Williams, just especially after getting the big second out. The American Giants showing why they're so tough to play against here, getting another base runner on. They're threatening again.
1 ball and no strikes on Cortez. You're fortunate that you got the out on the bases with Hondras trying to move to second base. I think he thought the throw from right was going to go toward the plate. Otherwise, there would have been no chance you thought you would have a double on that, but he thought he was going to advance on the throw. But then the throw went right to second base, and he was out for the second out of the inning. If that was the third out, it was going to be close with whether the run scored or not, but that didn't matter whether the run crossed the plate or not before the tag because it was only the second out of the inning. Here's a called strike, 1-1.
That's a play 2, Hondras. Your team's down by 4 runs. Maybe you're being a little aggressive, trying to put yourself in scoring position there, and it just came back to hurt him.
Runner goes pitch low and outside for a ball. Throw to second base. Not in time. Good throw by Horniman, but it's a stolen base. This goes as a steal for Williams, and he is now in scoring position as the base hit could make it a 3-run game.
That's what Cortez will be swinging for here, just trying to give his team that extra run, make it a 3-run game, and put the Oilmen in very uncomfortable territory.
8-4 is the score. 4 runs in the bank in the 6th inning. Trey Gilmore's team on the comeback trail. Here's the 2-1. Look out, a high and inside fastball, and it goes to 3-1.
Now it feels like the American Giants have put some of the pressure back on the Oilmen here. They need to get more zeros on the board off defensively, try to put some more runs up offensively. It looked like they had a comfortable 8-run lead, and now they are playing on their heels a little bit here.
3-1, 2 outs, and here's the 3-1 offering. This is swung on and fouled out of play right side. We go full at 3-2. All of a sudden, the Giants have 8 hits, and the Oilmen a slim 9-8 edge in the hit column. The Oilmen have committed 2 errors to the Giants 1, and the Oilmen do lead the column that counts 8-4. Remember, this inning should be over. The E1 on the throw, so at least 2 run, at least 1 run so far in this inning unearned. We'll have to tabulate it a bit later on. Runner goes, and the pitch is swung on and cued to the right side, caught and snow-coned by the first baseman Cosenza, and the inning ends. The Giants do get 4 runs in that inning. They do it on 3 hits and strand 1. We've played 5.5. It's now Oilmen 8 and the Giants 4 on the Northwest Indiana Oilmen Broadcasting Network.
I've never seen ads on top of the roof where it's helping the community.
This place teaches you to be genuine, to be the same person today as you were yesterday. People from Indiana, they're pretty comfortable with who they are. And, you know, I think that puts the people around them at ease to be comfortable with who they are.
The values that built Indiana are here in Strachan Van Til. We're Indiana's grocery store, and we're proud to be Indiana made.
These days, it's recommended that you keep your social circle small. Of course, as the original light beer, we've always recommended that. It's Miller time.
Back at Oil City Stadium, where the Oilmen lead by an 8-4 score. We'll get to beat the Bork in a moment, but first, Leo, 4 runs in the top of this inning, and all of a sudden the Giants are back in the game.
That was exactly what they needed, and now that puts some pressure on the Oilmen here to keep scoring, that they weren't able to put away the American Giants too easily here, that they weren't going to go shut out, and they were able to cut that deficit in half in rather quick fashion.
David was a winner last time. We did the Beat the Bork Trivia Challenge about a week ago. I was against Andrew Mild in the Thursday home game last week, the most recent home game. So we'll let him go first tonight. We were on the topic of managers in that Beat the Bork trivia game. And so let's stay on the topic of managers. We were talking last time about managers of the Tigers, but this time we'll talk in general about the list of active Major League managers with 1,000 career wins. Active managers with 1,000 wins. And I'll tell you guys this, 2 were relieved of their duties this year. They had 1,000 wins that are no longer on the list. Joe Madden and Joe Girardi. How about that? 2 1,000-win managers in their career being let go by their respective teams. There are 6 others that are active now with 1,000 career wins. And we'll let David lead us off here as Jack Zebig stands in and lifts this one foul off to the left. And some youngsters are going to race after this one onto the stadium concourse. And the count 0-1. David says Tony La Russa, of course. He is the active leader.
He's the Hall of Fame baseball person.
Yes. That's what I've heard. Here comes the 0-1. Swinging a drive to right foul. And the count 0-2. Leo?
Dusty Baker be one of the others?
Yeah, he's number 2. You're going right in order here. David? Terry Francona, you're still in order. He's number 3.
Oh, man. That was my next guess.
0-2 here. Here's the 2-strike pitch, low for a ball. 1 ball and 2 strikes. We invite you to play along at home. You can jump in the comments on the Facebook page if you so choose with a guess. It's the Beat the Bork Trivia Challenge. Need to get a presenting sponsor for this. Here's the 1-2. This is swung on and lifted to center, and it's going to hang up there for the center fielder Bullock to make the catch. And Zebig is out number 1.
That was one that Zebig was really able to barrel up there, but he just put it right where there was a player for the American Giants, so that was all for naught, basically. But now we'll see what Colin Horniman can do here. Still looking for his first hit of the game, even though he has reached base twice.
1 out and the base is clear. 8-4 Oilmen. What was a bit of a laugher at 8-0 has suddenly become a tight ball game at 8-4. The Oilmen could use some more runs as Horniman takes low and outside from Westland. It's 1-0. All right, Leo, it's on you here in the trivia challenge to name a 1,000 career win manager among active managers. And look out, hit by this pitch is Horniman. There's a runner on as he's on base for the 3rd time today, and the fans love it.
He's really relying on Francona there, but maybe we'll try other managers right now. Try A.J. Hinch, maybe. Probably a bit short there.
It is not A.J. Hinch. That is not one. David, our longtime official scorer here at Oil City Stadium, has been with the Oilmen since 2014, heading up our whole production crew, and he correctly guesses Buck Showalter. Current manager of the Mets, came out of retirement. Managed the Orioles for a number of years. It was a swing and a foul on the count 0-1. David with the heavy advantage here now. He has 3 out of the first 4 that have been guessed, with only 2 remaining, Leo, so no pressure, but you need to get these 2. That would just be to work a draw. But, you know, I might lean toward you if it does end in a draw, since he had the kind of an easy one of Tony La Russa right off the bat. So we'll give you hope here that you could come back and win.
Appreciate that hope. Going to have to do some hard thinking.
First, you would have to get these 2 and hope David misses at least 1. Oilmen out hitting the Giants 9-8 and hold a 8-4 advantage in the column that counts. They led 6-0 early after 3-run innings in each of the first 2 frames.
You just have to think that getting a run on the board here could be big for the Oilmen, just getting some momentum back, as you don't want to send the American Giants to the plate here after putting a 0 on the board after they just had a big top of the inning.
Swing and a miss. The count 0-2. No balls and 2 strikes on Clark. Here comes the 2-strike pitch, and this is low and inside wild pitch. He kind of went with a hurry-up delivery and uncorked a wild one. Did Westland, and scooting to second on the play is Horniman. Crowd has woken up here as we reach the 6th inning. They've come to life a little bit. Good crowd on hand. Now they've enjoyed Thirsty Thursday here at the ballpark. Always a popular hit each and every home Thursday. We're home again next Thursday. 8-4 the score. Happy to have you along. 1 ball and 2 strikes the count. All right, Leo.
Oh, boy.
1 ball and 2 strikes on Clark. And he swings and breaks his bat. Ground ball toward first. Fielding it cleanly is Horn. He's going to feed a covering Westland, and the out is recorded. Play goes 3-1 for the second out of the inning. Horniman advances 90 feet as he moves up to third base on the play. But now 2 down, and the inning rests on the shoulders of Joe Cosenza.
See what Cosenza could do here. And back to my answer, I was really thinking Girardi and Madden when you said that question, but then you mentioned they are out of the running here. I have to think of some others. Just throwing darts at the board here. We'll try Aaron Boone. I think he's probably way too short to be in on that one, but that's a manager I can think of off the top of my head.
It's not Aaron Boone. It's not David Ross either, by the way. I'll just get that one out of the way. Here's a pitch, and this gets by the catcher, Gazzillo. A pass ball, and diving headfirst into the plate to score is Horniman. Pass ball allows Horniman to come in and score as it got away from Gazzillo, and the Oilmen get a big run back after they had allowed 4 in the top of this inning. That helped shift the momentum of the game. It's now 9-4.
And that's really big for the Oilmen, just to get one of those runs back, showing that they're not going down easy. Sometimes it seems like that's happened a lot this season, where the opponent will get a big inning and the Oilmen go down quickly and quietly the next half inning. So it's big for them just to show that they can get a run up, even though there are 2 outs in this inning. They put another number up on the board and distance themselves a little bit.
We're accepting guesses now from David Bork in the trivia challenge here. Here comes the 1-0. Taking low and outside, 2 balls and no strikes. 9-4 Oilmen, as we talked about, a big insurance run. The Oilmen have scored in now 5 of the 6 innings. So not only the 2-3 spots in each of the first 2 innings, but over the 4 innings since, they have put up single tallies in 3 out of 4. The 2-0 is a strike. That consistent scoring over the course of the game has been big, because if they'd settled for the 6 early, we'd have ourselves a 6-4 game. But you feel a little more comfortable at 9-4.
That's where they've shown they've been threatening every inning, and they've been able to capitalize on that, putting runs on the board. Where on the other side, the American Giants have consistently gotten base runners on all night, but haven't been able to get them around the corner until the 6th inning. So that's the difference between these 2 teams here, is that the Oilmen have been able to capitalize on their base runners.
Chance of Let's Go Joe. We're erupting through Oil City Stadium. And now Joe swings and nubs this one to the left side. Fielded on a bounce by the third baseman, and the throw to first is in time from Gazda, and the inning ends. The Oilmen settle for 1 run. They do it on no hits, a hit batter, and nobody left on base. We've played 6. It's Oilmen 9, Giants 4 on the Northwest Indiana Oilmen Broadcasting Network.
Safety doesn't come in a box. It's not a banner that goes on a wall. It's not something you do now and then, or when it's convenient. It's using state-of-the-art simulators to better prepare for any situation. It's giving offshore teams onshore support, and it's empowering anyone to stop a job if something doesn't seem right. At BP, safety is never being satisfied and always working to be better.
Hey fans, coming up on Friday, July the 1st, it's Military Appreciation Night 2022 at Oil City Stadium. It's a night to recognize and honor those who have served our country, and it's sponsored by our friends at Northwestern Indiana Building and Construction Trades Council. Military Appreciation Night is coming up on Friday, July the 1st. It will also mark the return of Indiana Fallen Soldiers Memorial to Oil City Stadium. And it's a great, great event. We've been a part of it many, many times, honoring military each and every season here at Oil City. And we hope to see you on Friday, July the 1st. You can get your tickets now on NWIOilmen.com. There's a new pitcher on the mound, and it's left-hander Jake Paymaster. We'll close the book here on Deal. Deal is done. 2 innings, 4 hits, 4 runs. They say 2 earned runs, 1 walk, and 1 strikeout. And now it's the lefty Paymaster in the game for the Oilmen.
Paymaster's been somebody who's been very good at going up and getting innings, being aggressive against hitters, being able to rack up 17 strikeouts to just 8 walks. Somebody that can really put these hitters on edge here at the plate.
And the Giants are going to make some changes as well, we anticipate here, as Dre Gilmore has the lineup card out. He is discussing things with home plate umpire Todd Elias. And this appears to be a new player into the ball game. Gonna figure out who this pinch hitter is. We think, maybe not. As actually, this appears to still be Drew Horn, right? The first baseman, number 21.
That would be the case.
Yeah, so it's still him.
It's probably somebody later down the order, I'd have to assume then.
Right. But usually you wouldn't call in a pinch hitter until they were going to bat. It's just me. Here's Horn standing in, swing and a miss, and the count 0-1. I mean, you don't usually see the coach of the team that's batting at the time go to the plate with the lineup card. Maybe he was just writing down the new pitcher for the Oilmen. We don't know. David Bork's going to find out. Here's the 0-1. This is taken outside for a ball. 1 ball, 1 strike. 1-1, 9-4 the score in favor of the Oilmen as we play inning number 7. 6, 7, and 8 due in this inning for the American Giants. Here comes the 1-1. Taken outside for a ball. Again, fun at the ballpark the next few nights as well. 7:10 tomorrow against the Vikings, and then the Generals will be here at 6:10 on Saturday. 9-4 the score. Here comes the 2-1. This is inside for a ball, 3-1. Continue with the trivia question here in a few minutes. I believe it's David's turn now after we posed the question, active MLB managers with 1,000 career wins. And in a lightning-fast manner, the first 3 were notched. Here's a 3-1, swing and a miss. We go full at 3-2. Eventually, David chimed in with Buck Showalter as well. Terry Francona, Dusty Baker, and Tony La Russa have also been successfully guessed. And we'll see if David can take us home here in a moment. Here's the 3-2. It's fouled at the plate, and it remains 3 balls and 2 strikes.
Paymaster, he's just trying to fight his way back into this at-bat here. See, was down 3-1, but now he's just trying to pump strikes in there.
So it is still Horn here in the ball game, but they're going to have a pinch hitter, 2 batters from now, we understand. Here's the payoff pitch. This is ball 4. This will be Gazda to bat next.
Paymaster just missed his spot there on the outside corner. You could tell that's where Horniman was setting up there. He was trying to hit that spot and missed it by maybe a fraction of an inch there.
A walk leads off the 7th inning, 9-4 in favor of the Oilmen. Paymaster trying to throw strikes and bounce back from issuing a leadoff walk. Here's the pitch way outside for a ball. Paymaster is going to continue his career at Purdue Fort Wayne next season.
We saw him last year in the league. He was a solid pitcher for the Vikings. Now he flips over to the Oilmen, and he's been pretty reliable for them too.
Yeah, he wanted to stay close to home this summer. He wanted to stay in the league. He thought this would be a good competitive environment as he transfers D1 from JUCO. Here's the 1-0. This is sent down the left field line. It's going to be fair and roll into the corner. This is extra bases for Gazda, and standing up at third base safely is Horn. Runners at second and third, and nobody out for the Giants in the 7th inning.
That one was hit in a really good spot, dropping just fair and then took a good roll all the way out there to the corner. That likely helped him result in that double, too, standing his way in.
Four-seam fastball, two-seamer, slider, changeup. The three-pitch mix here. And now here comes the pinch hitter that we have been on our toes for, I think.
Looks like it as Todd Elias signals down up to us. Believe this would be Nick Avalos.
You are correct. And Velos is going to stand in. Here comes the first pitch to him, taken high for ball one. Velos will pinch hit in the spot previously occupied by Gazzillo. Runners at second and third here with nobody out in the inning.
Avelos batting just 188 on the season. Has been rung up on strikes 13 times and has not walked yet.
Here's the 1-0. Swing and a miss in the count. 1-1. David, did you have another answer in the Beat the Borg trivia game? We've got time here. The Giants threatening. It's a 5-run game. They're trying to take a bite out of the Oilmen lead, but feel free to fire away. Bud Black, that's correct. Good call. Still with the Rockies. Still at it. Former Padre manager. Here comes the 1-1. This is swung on and lifted in the air off to the right. Foul and out of play, and it's 1-2. Now, at this point, David, you have already won the Beat the Borg Trivia Challenge, so do you want to try to just close this out here? There's one more. Or Leo, just jump in if you so choose, but David's going to be the winner tonight in the Beat the Borg Trivia Challenge.
The name is escaping me, but I want to say the Blue Jays manager. I know I believe I saw yesterday that he is the active leader in ejections amongst managers, so I'd have to think that he'd probably be pretty high amongst wins, too.
No, he is not on the list. Oof. Here's the 1-2. Swing and a foul at the plate into the mid of Horniman. It's caught for strike three. Avelos strikes out swinging for the first out of the seventh inning. A timely strikeout for Jake Paymaster. And now George Naha will stand in with runners still at second and third and now one away. Naha trying to drive in two with a base hit. Paymaster with a big strikeout a moment ago. Infield back here. They'll concede one run and trade a run for an out on a ground ball to either second or short in a 9-4 game in the seventh. Here's the pitch on the way, swing and a miss. Did you see the Blue Jays hitting coach was ejected from the game during the lineup card exchange against the White Sox the other day?
Yeah, that's where I saw part of that discussion come up, that he was upset about something and managed to get out before the game had even started. I mean, maybe he had plans for later in the day, but he was not around for long in that game.
Well, I think the home plate umpire from the night before had a very low rating.
Very low.
Doug Eddings, this is fouled. He was at third base that next day, and the hitting coach may or may not have had a few words for him during the lineup card exchange. But that's a rarity. Lineup card exchange ejection. One out, runners at second and third. David, you want to jump in with this final person? He previously managed the A's. No balls and two strikes. Runners at second and third. 9-4 the score. One out. Swinging a line foul. And he is, should I give you the current team? It's the manager of the Padres. You got it. Bob Melvin. Bob Melvin is fifth on the list of active managers with wins. So it's LaRussa, Baker, Francona, Buck Showalter, Bob Melvin, and Bud Black. That's the order of the 1 through 6 and active managerial wins. No balls and two strikes. Good job, David. You're the winner tonight. Here's the 0-2. This is swung on and cracked to right center. This is going to get down for a base hit. One run in, around third trying to score. Here comes Curcio's throw. There could be a play, the slide, and the ball trickles away. Safe at the plate is Gazda. 2 runs come in and score on the base hit by Naha. Give him a single. He goes to second on the throw home and gets 2 RBIs as the Giants have reduced the lead to 3. It's 9-6 in favor of the Oilmen.
And that's why it was big that the Oilmen were just able to add another run in the bottom of the 6th inning, that they made it a little bit further. That now instead of a 2-run game, it's a 3-run game, and these American Giants are not going away easy.
And you do want to take that risk because there was potentially a play at the plate. It would have to really have been perfect to gun it from the outfield and get him at the plate. But there was a chance had the ball not trickled away. But the downside of throwing home there, this is low and in, it's ball one, is that's big that Naha is able to move up 90 feet, and now he's in scoring position where a base hit could make it a 2-run game.
And now the Oilmen still looking for that second out. If he was only at first base, he could try for a double play here, but now just trying to find unconventional ways to get those next 2 outs.
1 ball and no strikes on Cummins. Here's the 1-0. Swinging a ground ball to the left side. This is going to be Fama-Cannon to scoop it up and throw to first just in time. And holding his second on the play is Naha, and that is the second out of the inning.
As Fama-Cannon grounded that up, he looked back the runner to second base. That maybe cost him a little bit of time throwing over first, but he was still able to get that in there quick enough to get the second out of the inning.
9-6 Oilmen as we play the last of the 7th. Big spot here as the Oilmen would love to at least keep a 3-run lead as they will get into the 8th inning. Here comes the first offering low to Bullock in the count 1-0. Bullock has 2 base hits. He had a 2-run single as part of the 6th inning. That's where the Giants got back in this game. They scored 4 in the 6th. The inning was extended by an Oilman error. And that has made it a ball game again. We are now in the 7th, and it's 9-6. Here's the 1-0. Swing and a miss. 1-1. Bullock also doubled in the first inning. He's 2 for 3. He drew a walk in the 3rd. Base hit here could really make it interesting. The Giants are now out hitting the Oilmen 10-9. Pause here prior to the 1-1. Here it comes. Swing and a miss. Paymaster gets ahead. It's 1-2.
And the American Giants are showing a lot of fight here, and Paymaster finally able to get ahead in one of these batters here, looking to just finish him off here with strikes. And they're doing a good job putting bat on ball against one of the Oilman relievers that had been pretty solid going into this.
Paymaster takes his time between pitches, a long set. He's set at the belt, the leg kick, and the 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. A big strikeout as Bullock is out on strikes. And the Giants settle for 2 runs. They do it on 2 hits and leave 1. It's time to stretch at the OC. Oilmen 9, Giants 6 on the Northwest Indiana Oilmen Broadcasting Network.
I've never seen ads on top of the roof where it's helping the community.
This place teaches you to be genuine, to be the same person today as you were yesterday. People from Indiana, they're pretty comfortable with who they are. And you know, I think that puts the people around them at ease to be comfortable with who they are.
The values that built Indiana are here in Strachan Van Til. We're Indiana's grocery store, and we're proud to be Indiana made.
These days, it's recommended that you keep your social circle small. Of course, as the original light beer, we've always recommended that. It's Miller time.
They've stretched out here at the OC, a rousing rendition of Take Me Out to the Ball Game, led by Mike Jones, who was bellowing it out from his location here at Oil City Stadium a moment ago, has perhaps inspired some more Oilman offense here as they lead it by a score of 9-6. But a 3-run lead feels precarious, Leo, as the Giants have scored 4 in the 6th and 2 in the 7th. And someone just won the 50-50, and they get a loud ovation, if you're wondering why they're cheering here. But the Oilman offense needs to go back to work here and try to extend the lead.
Especially the way the American Giants have shown they can quickly create multiple runs in an inning. Now that the Oilmen, no lead really feels safe against this team. And the American Giants, every time the past 2 times we've seen them play here, they just seem to get better in the later parts of the ballgame. So the Oilmen just have to try to finish things off here and try to produce something here.
Nothing comes easy here in 2022, and that's the one thing I've noticed about the league this season, Leo. There's a lot of close games.
And again, we've talked about the American Giants. They are 10 games below 500, but have played in so many close games. They're a tough team to beat, and we're seeing why tonight. And part of that has to go to the coaching, the fact that for a team that's in the basement of the standings, they're still competitive in every game they play in.
Kyle Tyler takes low for a ball, 1 ball, and no strikes. The Generals have beaten the Vikings tonight, by the way, by a score of 8-5. And no ball game between the Corn Dogs and Panthers. Here's the 1-0. It's taken for a ball, 2 balls, and no strikes. So the Corn Dogs are 4 games up on the Vikings atop the Northern League. The Oilmen are nipping at the heels of the Vikings as they're just 4.5 behind the Corn Dogs. Here's a 2-0 swing and a miss. They could create a virtual tie with Southland for second place should the Oilmen beat the Chicago American Giants here tonight.
And that'll make tomorrow's game against the Vikings even more important. The fact that there could be standings ground made up, and 2 teams that haven't played each other now get to jockey for some space in the standings quite a bit in the next week or so.
The strike 2 called. Yeah, it seems like tomorrow night will be a situation where the winner is in second place. The Oilmen could really build some ground between themselves and third. This is low and outside for a ball. We go full at 3-2.
And that's why that doubleheader yesterday provided such a big opportunity for the Oilmen, that it could help them try to vault their way up the standings. And getting both wins of that game really helped them out a ton.
3-2. Here comes the payoff pitch. This is taken high for ball 4. So working the walk here is Kyle Tyler, and he's been on base all day long. He had a kind of a tough Oilman debut on Monday against Southland where he was hitless. He was adjusting to the wood bats. He just came from the high school season. He made an error defensively at second base, but tonight he's been impressive.
Even yesterday he was impressive too with a big hit, and then he's carried that over into today and reaching base 4 times his first home game. That really has to energize him a little bit too.
Strike 1 called, 0-1 on Famakana. Kyle Tyler. No balls and 1 strike. Here's the set and the fire. This is swung on and fouled, and it's 0-2. He really enjoyed the experience of playing at Andrean. What a program they had. And he told me they have kids on their freshman and JV teams that could be studs on any other varsity team. And they really have talent at all levels, a great coaching staff there at Andrean. The 0-2 outside for a ball. It really is an environment where you have a chance to play at a high level in a competitive environment with good talent around you at the high school level.
That's just so important to produce players for that next level, is by getting the competition within your own program. And when you think about Indiana prep sports, most people go to basketball, but you have to think about Andrean and basketball and baseball and just what they're able to build there.
Here's the 1-2, swinging a tapper foul. Kind of off topic, but related to Kyle Tyler. Another interesting thing I have here in my notes on him is that he told me that from kindergarten through 5th grade, he took an engineering program, and every year was a different type of engineering. And he's taken woodworking classes. He likes to do woodworking as a hobby, making dog houses and bird houses and wine racks. As this is fouled away in the count 1-2. So very interesting there.
You could get him to make a doghouse for Bark at the Park night.
Yeah, true. We better get to work. It's on Saturday night
he's
right
on a
here
tight
at Oil
deadline.
City Stadium. 6:10 first pitch against the Generals on Saturday. The 1-2 is inside and look out. Hit by a pitch. Here's Famakana.
These two, Tyler and Famakanen at the bottom of the lineup, have produced a lot for the Oilmen tonight. Each of them getting on base quite a few times, helping score some runs. That's the type of productivity out of your 8 and 9 hitters that you need.
And not only did this get Famakanen, it also got Gazillo, who's really shaken up. And runners are going to be at first and second for the Oilmen when play is able to resume. Gazillo is in a little bit of pain here. And there'll be a brief delay before play resumes. 9-6 in favor of the Oilmen. The Oilmen, again, much needed to try to tack on here in this 7th inning. Get some water here for Gazillo to try to make sure he can stay in the game. It's a tough position to play the role of catcher, Leo.
You just contact's a part of it. You're getting those balls batted back at you. That one deflected off a player. So that's one where you see it hit the player and it changes the direction you think it's going to come in, and then it comes at you from a different angle, kind of ricochets back. So it's tough to get a read on sometimes, and that just got him in a tough spot.
9 runs, 9 hits, and 2 errors for the Oilmen. 6, 10, and 1 for the Giants. We're approaching 10 o'clock here on the Oilmen Broadcasting Network. Happy to have you with us. However, you may be watching and or listening. Brandon Vickery and Leo Staudaher from Oil City Stadium. The game available on AM 1230 WJOB. It's available on JED TV, on Region Sports Network, and on the Oilmen Facebook page. And now standing up here, Gazillo appears to be recovered. He's going to go out and have a word with the pitcher Westland, as it'll be a tight spot for the Giants here, Leo. Runners at first and second, nobody out, and it'll bring up the top of the order.
And that's why it's so important, the production that you've been able to get from Tyler and from McCannon, that you're setting the table well for Baker in the top of the order. 2 of the younger hitters in the Oilman lineup have been doing a good job producing and getting on base, and they're hoping that Baker can continue to help bring them home. He's already driven in a pair of runs this evening.
Westland walks halfway toward the plate, and he finishes his conversation with Gazillo. Gazillo is good to go, it appears. They're going to do a warm-up toss or 2 here to make sure. And he seems to be feeling able to stay in the game, and he's ready to keep things rolling here as Chris Baker will come up next. 9-6 Oilmen. Oilmen again jumped out to a 6-run lead after 2 innings. Baker backs away. Now he's in there and ready to roll. Oilmen would love to keep tacking on as 6 runs in the last 2 innings here for the Giants. This is taken high for ball 1.
Just the Oilmen can tell that this 3-run lead they have against the American Giants doesn't feel too safe, seeing what they've been able to race. So they want to put some more on the board here and just try to get above 10 runs here.
Ball 2 to Baker, 2 balls and no strikes. The control seeming to escape Westland in this inning. He has walked 1 and hit 1, and now he's behind 2-0. Runners go, pitch a strike, throw to third is going to be not in time. It's a double steal. Credit Tyler with a steal of third. Give Thom McCannon a stolen base as well. And now runners are at second and third, and a base hit could drive in 2.
Now Chris Baker finds himself in a really good spot, but you don't want to get too charged up here and go chasing one out of the zone. Not that that's something Chris Baker really ever does, but you want to make sure you don't help out Westland on the mound here. And if he's going to give you a walk, take that walk.
This is low and in for a ball, 3-1. Westland struggling to throw strikes. And the infield stays back here. They would concede a run on a ground ball. Even if you play in, you know Tyler's aggressive and has good speed and might try to score, but I feel like in this spot, with it already a 3-run game, the Giants obviously feel comfortable letting it get to 4. Here comes the 3-1. Swinging a smash up the middle. It's going to be a base hit past the reach of Westland. 1 run in. Here comes the second run to try to score. Bullock's throw. It's not in time. Scoring standing up as the one-hop throw is just tardy is Thom McCannon. Tyler crosses the dish as well. 2-run single up the middle for Chris Baker, and the Oilmen have responded after the Giants get 2 in the top of this inning. 2 for the Oilmen in the bottom half, and it's 11-6.
How about this night from Chris Baker? 5 hits, just doing a great job for his team. Out of the leadoff spot, he's just been having a great past couple of weeks, and that's another example why getting that hit in a spot where it really matters too.
Triple in the first, single in the second, single in the third, single in the fifth, single in the 7th. As Leo said, what a night for Chris Baker. Ball 1. I've seen him play more games than anybody on the diamond tonight. As far as him being one of the longer tenured Oilmen, he's been with the team off and on over the years. This is ball 2, 2 balls and no strikes. But this may be the best game I've seen him play. 5 hits tonight. And he's really hitting his stride offensively of late. He's locked in right now. And as you talked about, his great defense. He's going to be a good pickup. I'd hate to say it, Leo, from an Oilman standpoint, but you love to see it for Chris. I don't know how much longer he's going to be here because he's a guy that's going to have an opportunity to go play somewhere and do so at a professional level and take that next step in his career. He has passed the college ranks, and he's hoping for a chance to get picked up. Here's the 3-0. It's a strike, and it's 3-1.
That's one of the bittersweet things about this league is you're happy to see the player do so well, but you know that likely means that's going to lead to bigger things for him, that he will be making his career transition to a different stop, but you're really happy to see him because he's been doing it the right way here in Whiting.
3-1 low for ball 4 as Carrillo draws the walk. He's one that's been an Oilman fixture. I'd put him kind of in a Jackson Dvorak category. You wouldn't say quite Oilman legend category, but an Oilman fixture, an Oilman standout. As Jason Hodges will stand in next, and just a nice guy we've had around the Oilman for quite a few years, especially Adam Enright managed teams. 16, 17, 18, Baker was around, and now he's back here in 2022.
You really see kind of the veteran presence he brings around the clubhouse, so it seems like he's someone the younger players can rely upon. We even see him pointing out some orders to Curcio on the base path there, kind of telling him to push back a little bit, but he brings that experience level to the team too.
Hodges takes low and outside for a ball, 1 ball and no strikes.
That's where it helps to have players like Baker, like Shalaski, that have played through the college ranks, that have played a lot of ball, that they can just help some of these youngsters.
Here's the 1-0, swinging a ground ball foul down the third base line. It's 1 ball and 1 strike. (11-6) Oilmen, each team with 10 hits. 2 errors for the Oilmen, 1 for Chicago. Here's the 2-1. This is high for a ball. That was 1-1. Now it's 2-1. Chicago American Giants representing the Windy City here in the Northern League in their 2nd season in the league, and of course their name paying tribute to an old Negro League team, the American Giants. Swing and a miss here, and the count 2-2. Two balls and 2 strikes. Baker, his lead at second. The 2-2 low for a ball. Nice job to kind of knock this down by Gazzillo, prevent it from getting too far past him, and the count goes full at 3-2. Chance to really make this a big inning for the Oilmen.
Hodges is someone you want up in the spot here, as you know he can slug for extra bases, can try to produce here. He's also one of the team leaders in walks too, so he's got a good approach at the plate this season.
Payoff, and this is low, and it's ball 4. Some hesitation there. Hodges didn't realize it was ball 4, and it was ball 4, and it's a walk, and now the bases are full of Oilmen here in inning number 7 with 2 in and still nobody out.
Hodges helped his team out, earned away on base there that time. Now we'll see Jack Ziebig at the box here. He had a really good hit last time, or a really good placed ball last time up as he drove it out to center field, but it went right to Bullock out there. So now we'll see if he can barrel one up and put it in a spot where the American Giants don't have anyone stationed.
Ziebig standing in. Oilmen at all 3 bases, and it's a 5-run lead already here in the 7th. This is low for a ball. What an important inning this has been. After you give up 4 in the 6th, you did get 1 back in the bottom of the 6th, then give up 2 in the 7th. The bullpen has not been locked down after a great start from Burdak. Here's a smash to right. That's going to be a base hit. 1 run is in. Here comes Curcio. He gets the green light from Matt Vituli. Throw goes to third. They play there. The throw gets away. It skips out of play, and a run comes in and scores. We'll see where they put the runners as Ziebig with a base hit. He gets credit for 2 RBIs as he drives in Baker and Curcio, and then the runner Hodges scores on an E9, and they will allow Ziebig. The only question was going to be, would he be put at second or third? He was already around the second base bag when the throw skipped out of play. He's awarded third base, and the Oilmen have broken this open with 5 in the 7th. It's 14-6.
This puts the Oilmen in a good spot. We know the American Giants can make that difficult, but this is one where it feels like they can be a little more comfortable afterwards.
We'll take a timeout. We'll come back. New pitcher coming in, and we'll step aside. We'll be back to tell you about the new Giant pitcher after this. Oilmen 14, Giants 6. We'll continue the 7th in a moment on the Northwest Indiana Oilmen Broadcasting Network.
Safety isn't a list of boxes to check. It's taking the best technologies out there and adapting them to work for you. The ultrasound that can see inside patients can also detect early signs of corrosion at our refineries. High-tech military cameras that see through walls can inspect our pipelines to prevent leaks. Remote-controlled aircraft can help us identify potential problems and stop them in their tracks. At BP, safety is never being satisfied and always working to be better.
BP's natural gas teams use smart app technology to share data from any well instantly, so they can analyze trends and stop potential problems in their tracks, because safety is never being satisfied and always working to be better.
Back we are at Oil City Stadium for the continuation of the 7th inning. The Oilmen have scored 5 times in this inning. The play a moment ago allowed the Oilmen to tack on as they it was an unusual play, a 2-run single for Zebig to right field, and then Williams, as Curcio was coming home to score that second run, Williams, the right fielder, threw to third on Hodges. That throw got away. Zebig went to second on the throw, and then he went to third on the error. That throw actually went out of play, and that forced Hodges home on the E1, or E9, I should say. And that was the second error of the game for the American Giants. And ending up at third base on the play was Zebig. So just recapping that play a moment ago, the Oilmen have scored 5 times in the 7th inning, and they still have nobody out with Horniman coming up there and Zebig at third.
That was a play by Zebig with the bases loaded that really feels like it broke the game open for the Oilmen. As you can tell, they seem pretty energized after that, and they're hoping to continue to trickle some runs across the board. They're still without an out here in the 7th inning.
Yeah, nobody out in the 7th, Leo. We tried to put him in earlier, but we have a new pitcher in the game. It is Fabian on to work. Avery Fabian. This is taken low for a ball. 1 ball and no strikes. Number 20 on his today. It's a take strike 3 call. He's caught looking. Todd Elias rings him up. Cosenza is the one guy who has not really been in on the offensive party here as he is taking the collar at 0 for 5.
He had a rather productive day yesterday as he had 3 walks, a pair of hits, and an RBI yesterday, but just has not been able to find his way on base this evening.
Kyle Tyler will bat for the second time in this inning. And he has been impressive today. He has been on base all 4 times. This is ball 1. How about this juxtaposition, Leo? Today, the 2 standouts. Kyle Tyler, an incoming freshman, just finished his senior year of high school, and then the grizzled veteran, Chris Baker, with the 5 hits tonight. Here comes the 1-0. Swing and a foul on the count 1-1.
I think that's one of the cool things about this league is you have players kind of on both ends like that, and at the end of the day, they're both just ball players. They're both just helping out their team in the cause. When they're on the field together, you don't really take that into consideration that there's such a gap. You just see them working together as teammates out there. It's pretty cool to see both of them just producing so well.
Ball 1 strike. We had Chris. Here's the runner going. Pitch taken for a strike. Throw to second base is not in time. Now the throw to third base is going to get away and no advancement. This is a stolen base. Stolen base for Clark. He swipes second. And runners are at second and third now. But we had Chris initially when he was playing at UIC, and we had him